Welcome to the Imperial 80s. I got the name of the show right today. Good to be with you, Mtume. How you doing, man?
I'm all right. How y'all doing?
Doing good. This weekend, went to New
Yeah.
York, saw the New York premiere of The Hand That Feeds, Mtume's movie. It
Yes.
was excellent. It was a
Yes.
lot of fun, too.
Yeah. Good
Yeah.
to have you there, and and thanks to everybody who was able to come out and so forth and so on. It was really good to see
Yeah.
have people see the movie, and hopefully some more. Stay, you know. I'm working on it. Working on it. I'll talk. It's something I would have to talk about at length to why it's so hard to do these things. But yeah, I'm working on it.
Yeah. No, I look forward to it. May the fourth be with you. Yeah, that's actually I meant to say that right up front. Shout out to all the Star Wars fans. You will all be angry at us by the end of this stream. You laugh like the emperor there, man.
No, totally on purpose. Oh man, the Emperor is
uh,
like hilarious, dude.
yeah,
Like what a
yeah,
character.
what a character. So very excited about our guests today. As soon as we did the last one on the Empire Strikes Back, I was like, I asked her. I think that like the next, I don't know. We might even talked about it on then, but I was like, oh, May the 4th is a Monday this year. That's perfect. And was like, Samantha, you want to come back on and do this one with us? And she said, yes, absolutely. So, really excited to have Samantha Youssef back. I do want to remind folks or let people know who may not really be familiar with Samantha Youssef that she's a Palestinian and Ukrainian artist, an award winning art and animation director whose experience spans feature animated films, VHS blockbusters, and AAA games. Um, and in particular, she worked on both Rogue One and Episode 9. So she can tell us actually how she feels about the famous Star Wars line, somehow Palpatine returned. I think that's what it is in Episode 9. Um, but yeah, so really perfect guest, both because of her experience working on films within this universe, but also because she has a great critical lens on film and the different techniques that are used by filmmakers to really get us sucked in and you know do their psychological work to us, which this one does quite a bit. So without further ado, Samantha Youssef, welcome back to Imperial 80s. It's good to be with you again.
Thank you. Thank you for having me back. And may the fourth be with you, I guess, too.
Oh, yeah, no. Really great to have you back. So let's start with childhood memories. I imagine all of us have some childhood memories related to this film. This one comes out in 1983. So I was still like 2 or whatever, but it also, and we'll talk about this, but because of toys, because of cartoons, because of Ewoks, there's all of this cachet that this film in particular has in the 80s, where, all through my childhood, this was something that I watched at a very young age. I'm sure I didn't see it at 2, but I saw it, pretty early. And as I was saying to both of you before, it was um it was kind of scary to me the first time I watched this one because I was a little kid and the emperor just looking so kind of grotesque and with the lightning and the evil cackles, uh you know that was a frightening character. And because I had seen the other ones and as I think most young white boys did, I was like, Luke, you want Luke to win, right? You want Luke to triumph over evil, over hate. And so even though I did love like Darth Vader, I really liked as a character, even though he was a villain, like he just seemed so cool to me. But the Emperor, on the other hand, it was like, oh, I can't deal with this. So I do remember that part. I do remember the Ewoks. I did have some of the toys when they did the remakes, which we all have to talk about because there's some frustrating aspects of this film in when they put the CGI in on scenes that didn't have it previously. And it's annoying to me that it's not easy to access the original versions of these films. But we'll save that for a bit. But when they did those remakes, they put out all of the toys and updated and added more stuff. And I bought a bunch of that stuff because I was a teenager then and had some disposable income at that point. And so, yeah, I mean, this film was really big for me as a kid, and lightsaber battles and all that kind of stuff. So, Samantha, do you want to go next?
Sure, because I know we're the ones that were more fans than May. But yeah, I feel like I mean, also I think also for me, like I had very limited access to media, like in general, just because my dad wouldn't let us watch television or films, and so I think also part of the captivation for me too was that it was one of the few films that I had access to when I was because like we'd see Disney movies, like we'd go and see movies like at the holidays, but my dad really wanted us to focus on our studies and everything, and so we just like we didn't even have television. So I think it was also something about that too that you know, I really fell in love with these kind of worlds, or like with Star Wars. But definitely I feel like when, you know, I know we touched on this with Empire Strikes Back, like I think for sure the first one was the most intriguing to me as a child, and this one it was more eventful, you know, than say Empire Strikes Back in terms of just like the narrative, like changes locations frequently and like things, you know, they're just busy running around doing things and stuff. So in that way, I think that I probably engaged with it a bit more when I was younger than I did say Empire. But there's so much like weird violence in this one too that just is very like, as much as there are like all of them have so much like racism and sexism and problematic ideologies, but this one was like viscerally very like violent and sexualized, and I think so. I think even when I was young, like, you know, until I started studying to be like, you know, to pursue my dreams and aspirations, you know, of working in this industry, I think like when I was younger, I was mostly drawn to episode 4, just because of, just like because of all of the things here. But in terms of products, like I do remember, like I didn't have like a lot of and I mean, I think it was like, you know, like I didn't grow up like in the US, and I mean, I grew up in Canada, but I went to this like private all girls school that my parents sent me to. So I wasn't surrounded by classmates or anything like, or access to like Comic Cons, you know, until I was a bit like older. So I also didn't have like people around me that were always talking about it, but I did like try to get things like by myself. And I remember, I can't even remember who gave it to me, but like I was gifted, like maybe even my parents, I'm not even sure, but I do remember having this like Yoda puppet. Like it was like this rubber puppet where he's standing, like I think holding a staff in front of him, and you can put your hand in, and all that you can do is like nod the head or something like that. But I remember like it's probably still at my parents' house somewhere, but I remember having that Yoda puppet, and that was like my, you know, like product at the time, like until like way after, until like the other the prequels came out, and then you know, and I was like able, like again, like I had some finances by then and stuff too, that I could go and like buy all of my Star Wars things. But I did have things like magazines and everything that I could find that was about, like, I still have like a bunch of these old, like, you know, art of, or like magazines that would break down behind the scenes stuff and everything. But yeah, I'm curious to hear more about, like, from both of you, like the product stuff too, because that was and that was something that was interesting to experience. Like, I feel like it'll probably tie in with stuff that I remember. Lilo and Stitch at Disney was like the first big toy and product film, and I'm just kind of curious about all of talking about that with you guys.
Oh man. Oh man. Go ahead.
Yeah. No, go ahead, man.
I wanted the X-Wing so bad, and my parents wouldn't get it to me. They got me the what is it? The ship that they steal to go into, the Imperial ship that they steal to go into and Endor, is it Endor? Yeah, to go into there. That's the one that I had.
Yeah, I have that
at
one
my
somewhere.
house. Yeah, but I was like, I want an X-Wing, Mom. I want an X-Wing. And she's like, you already got a ship. Calm down. You know, like be grateful, boy. You know, like it was really like that. Yeah, I mean, so I don't know which movie I saw first. This could be the one that I did see first. I know I did not see the original Star Wars first. I know that for a fact because there was a point when I was like maybe like 6 or 7 where like I had I had seen both Empire Strikes Back and Return of the Jedi, and I was like, but and they were like, oh, you haven't seen the first one, have you? And they finally let me watch it. So this was the one that I probably saw a lot for a long time. I also feel like, and this could also just be where I was living, I felt like Return of the Jedi was on cable the most for some reason. And I don't know why. It was like heavily on. I saw it all the time. And I watched it a ton. And then I think when I was like really little and I thought lightsabers were cool, I thought the battle scene with Jabba the Hutt, all that stuff was really cool because it's like the most lightsabery, right? And you got all the stuff, and you got, you know, Leia in like hardly any clothing or with like a chain next to a big blob, which we'll definitely get into. Which we'll technically get into.
So much there.
So much there, right? And all that stuff happening. So like I think that, and then like the first kind of like whatever those little speedster ships. I think I was really into like the action-y set pieces when I was a kid because I thought they were like really, really exciting, right? So I would look at those, but I remember I would watch those sequences on cable just to watch them and then go do other things. Like I would kind of pop it. I think when the Ewoks would come on, and we'll talk about that, I would get bored. I was just like, yeah, I don't want to do that. But I did have a really kind of like Jay put it out. I found the whole final sequence with the Emperor and Luke and Vader really like scary, and like it felt like a really like big fable, like that I had to, but like a really mean one. I felt like I was going to like some kind of like, I don't know, mean religious school, and they were telling me like how to be, you know, proper and don't be angry, love, and all these types of things. So I would kind of watch that sequence like a good, obedient pop culture child. It's like, yes, I understand. I understand. I'm not supposed to be hateful and go with my anger. And that was kind of my feeling, though. I mean, when I was a kid, I think when Empire Strikes Back came on, that would be the one that I would want to watch the most when I was young. But this one, I think had a kind of like, there was like the pieces of it that I was really into. And then I had that toy. I had the Luke toy as the Jedi. So I got that. I had a couple of others that I can't remember. I think I had one of the Empire, generals or whatever type thing. I had a couple toys, and they were in like my mesh of toys with like my Transformers and all that type of stuff. And yeah, I mean, I was definitely up until like I would say my early teen until I got to like maybe comic books in like my preteen years. I was obsessive with like toys, but it wasn't like exclusively Star Wars. But I wanted to have a little bit of everything. So I had like the Star Wars, and I had the the Transformers and the GI Joe. So I had them. I had like a little bit dip of all. I will say though, there was a kid that I knew, and this is the most American shit ever, who literally he had, I think, every Star Wars toy. Like it was a thing.
I feel like I would have been jealous of that kid at the time.
There
when
was-
kid.
I
would have
also
been
knew a kid.
jealous.
We all know, like you would go to his house and be
I could say his name right now and tell you his first and last name.
I was so jealous. I was just like, and not even that I wanted the toys, the fact that he had all of them. And that like his parent was just like, I'm doing this for my kid, and like let him like have that kind of social cachet. And he was a real asshole about it. I haven't seen the guy as an adult. He might be a really nice person now, but he was definitely a mean little kid. Like, look, I got this.
Or he might still have like all his collector stuff and like be mean about it and not let anyone like.
It's possible. It's possible. I wouldn't put that out of possibility. But yeah, and then as I got older, like I said, I wasn't when the prequels and stuff came out. I wasn't, I kind of got into it, but then I was like out of it. But I will say, when I watched this one, I think I went and watched when because they like re-released these. I think the year before Phantom Menace came out, if I remember correctly. Right?
I think there were two releases. Like, if I wasn't working there at the time, but like I think there were two releases with edits, right? One before Phantom Menace, and then one like post the prequels to add like more like tie-ins and stuff like that. So yeah.
You are right, because the Anakin at the end was not even in that original
I have so
re-release.
much to gripe about with that Anakin at the end, like both on idealistic levels or whatever, and also on technical levels.
It looks
it's
terrible. No, but I went and saw. Maybe I went and saw. I don't know. I went and saw one of them with the re-releases, and then I remember, like, I was like, what, 15, 16, whatever, how old I was, and like seeing Star Wars was like nostalgic and fun. I found like a thing about it. I was like seeing Empire. I think I still enjoyed it as like a teenager. It was fine. This one I remember not liking when I was like as a teenager. I think I found myself being like, I don't really like this movie. And I cannot concretize probably what I was experiencing about this movie. And when we talk about it, but I just wasn't into it. Like, and I couldn't really place it. I didn't have the vocabulary then to say. But now I really understand why watching it, why like it just doesn't, even on a craft level, it's so clunky. It's such a clunky movie.
I know it's like busted up, but was this the ship Tume that you had? Because
no,
it normally has another wing that goes up.
Yeah,
like this.
yeah. No, it's the other one. The one that they like, the big one. What's it? I'll find it and I'll send.
Oh, like a Star Destroyer or something.
The Star Destroyer, yeah, the one that Han Solo and them all take down to the planet. That's
like a
on Endor.
Yeah, they take it into there. The one that they stole.
It's not a Star Destroyer, then. It's like a freight ship.
Yeah, it's the same one at the Emperor when Vader first comes in early.
It's the one with the big things that go like this, like when it lands.
That one. Yeah,
I forget the name too.
Yeah. I did love it, but I wanted an X-wing, and I was very mad.
Yeah, so that, I mean, I just want to, before we go on, we got to spend a little more time on toys. I mean, looking at this ad is so fascinating, right? Because you're like, oh, the Millennium Falcon was only $30. Like, my parents were cheap. They wouldn't buy me that shit. But at the same time, that was a lot of money in 1983. So, I get it. But it is funny to look back at. And then you have here the little like Ewoks playset, right? You had the Jabba playset, the AT-AT, the AT-ST, TIE fighters. And yeah, I mean, and I had the same experience with you, M2May, is like my parents would get me like something, but they were never of the type of like you can have every toy in this collection. It was not even. And I had one friend who had all that stuff for like, um, I had a friend who had all that stuff for GI Joe. I had a friend who had there was like different friends that would have everything of a certain thing. I had a friend who had all the Star Wars. I was so jealous of all these kids. And I had a friend who had all the Transformers. And, you know, when I got Ninja Turtles, I think my parents actually finally like got me most of that stuff because I was like so heavy into Ninja
There was a
Turtles that
lot of Ninja Turtles. Like I
I
remember
was just,
there's a lot of Ninja Turtle stuff.
yeah, I was just like for Christmas, like, they're like, what do you want? And I was like, nothing but Ninja Turtle stuff. Like, that's all I want.
There was,
But anyway,
I think it came later though. But wasn't there that lawsuit against Lego also because the Java's palace? I think it was in Austria that there was a lawsuit by one of the Muslim communities because the palace was modeled to and it obviously like it was like this is all the orientalism that there was, but because it's got like the miniaturette and like the like everything to sort of model it after a mosque. And I think that they had identified which mosque had been appropriated like in Turkey or something, and so they were suing. I think there was a lawsuit for, and and then, the use of it and the misrepresentation and the use of it as like a kind of hedonistic, like layer and stuff. But I think that there was actually a lawsuit against Lego, but I don't know if that took, like, I don't know when. I kind of feel like the Lego stuff came later. I don't think the Lego stuff was in the 80s or something.
No, I think you're right. I think that comes probably with the re-releases. It starts to come out because Lego sets when we were kids were like, here's a castle, like medieval castle or something like that. Like it wasn't like that detailed as it is now.
And it's not the air, like theme parks and stuff were not the area that like I worked in, but I know like at some point there was when like there was obviously some relationship with Disney and Lego, because I do remember when Lego had these big stores at the theme parks. Like there was some like like when some, so that I don't know when all that particular corporate merger thing happened, but there was, I do remember that, like, because we would get free access to the theme parks and stuff, and I do remember that shift happening, like when they were building more of these kind of stores. And
yeah, and you had the Lego stores in New York on like Fifth, I guess if it was Fifth Avenue.
Yeah.
So they would have the giant displays there, and like they were like insane, right? These like giant displays of like Star Wars or whatever thing Lego was like partnering with, and you would see like the big Star Destroyer or Death Star with Legos and all that type of stuff. Yeah, I mean it was pretty insane, and Legos, that went from being like mildly affordable to like insanely expensive. They're so expensive now.
I haven't even like I know that it's like crazy, but I mean I used to love like building Lego, like with my family or like something at Christmas time, or we'd like do things like that. But yeah, it's gotten, and they've also just gotten so extreme too with the pieces. Like Lego pieces have become like you basically have the whole Millennium Falcon already as a piece, and you just kind of put some things on it. Like they're not like what Lego used to be, where you could do more variety with it. It's really just like already unique to whatever it is that you're building. Like it can't be like, I feel like when I was younger, I do remember that Lego could be like, you could imagine different things with the pieces, and now it's seems to be more like you can only do one thing with that, that turret or something.
Yeah, for sure. All right, so another 80s thing too was Star Tours was in 87 at Disneyland was when that opened, and I think that Disney World had a version of it later on, but yeah, so that was also for me as a kid when I went to Disneyland, going Star Tours and then Captain EO, which we talked about a little bit last week. The Michael Jackson, George Lucas movie.
Yeah, we were so sorry, because that one too, like the Orientalism in these like So gross. Yeah, sorry. It's like the theme.
No. So, Samantha, was there anything you wanted to add in terms of opening thoughts, or should we kind of move into the movie and discuss?
I
Oh, well,
think
we need to do the setup of some of the people involved too, I'm assuming. But yeah, anything else, Sam, you wanted to do?
no, I think for personal things it'll probably come to me. Like I'll probably just
Yeah,
interject because my brain works like that, just randomly jumping somewhere while we're talking and stuff.
sounds good.
Yeah. So this one, I mean, is a couple things that I've seen, and I'd be curious both of your opinions, what you've seen. Is I mean, there is this standard. The first two made a ton of fucking money, so why wouldn't they make a third? You know, like there is that kind of standard, and I think they were pretty sure on doing the third. Even if I think Empire Strikes Back wasn't as huge of a hit, they probably still would have tried at that point. Like it's just too much money. Um, One of the interesting things though is I was reading and I didn't read enough is going back to the toys is because the toys were definitely released during Star Wars, right? And Lucas was signing toy deals before the movie. So a lot of times they say that if you read about how Return of the Jedi was financed, they'll say that Lucas put up his own money. But then I read another thing that said that it was basically the toy deal money. So he probably fronted forward like personal whatever kind of thing he had within Lucas within his corporation through these toy deals, right? Because he would get these massive amounts of money and he would basically say, well, I'm going to do another movie and we'll do this toy thing. And it became so like, because he tries to like downplay the toy thing helping drive the movie a lot in his conversations. But like, it's impossible to like not see that if he's signing pre-deals to basically help finance a fucking movie, of course is part of the reason. You have this like huge endeavor that you're doing by creating products around this. So like the toys and the financing of the movie are like directly connected. Right. And like it's just impossible to like not see that in like just basically the thought. I don't know if anybody have any thoughts on that. Yeah.
I think it's a bit of an apparatus as well. Like I think the more that I'm sort of looking into it and reflecting on things, and this is the same with Disney. Um, I think it is the toys, but I think that they're like I don't know. It's like those things where Pentagon budget isn't audited very well. I think there's also a lot of R&D that like is not going to be talked about, like R&D money that they're getting at the studios for either Imperial propaganda, like because it does it is Lucas is a great like soft power agent or whatever, and then there's also but there's all the robotic stuff, right? There's the robotics, or like it was during this film, wasn't it, that he developed THX? And and it's this, and I know you've talked about the camera stuff a lot, right? But like even like with Disney developing like even for Disney hand drawn, developing these different camera tools and technology that serves these multi purposes. So they're getting funding from places that are not openly disclosed for duo purpose reasons or whatever as well. So I think and then even things like with toy development, I think that it has dual purpose reasons, like manufacturing parts, manufacturing toy pieces, manufacturing, like, I think that all these industries are a bit interconnected too. So it's not just about selling merchandise, but that there's multiple industries that work together, and there's money that might not be openly disclosed that overlaps in all of these areas too. So I don't know if that, like, yeah, I don't know if I'm making sense of it, but it's like, I think that
100%.
Sort of like a whole relationship that's happening.
Yeah, and I'll say to your point, Samantha, the thing that makes me believe that is how suspicious he speaks. He goes, "Oh, you guys, you always think something, right?" He does that, "Oh, you people are such conspiracy theorists." So it's just, and I'm like, "Come on, bro. Thou doth protest too much, or like act like we're like, oh, you're just tabloid people." I'm like, "Come on, bro. Like, it's actually pretty obvious to see it, like what you're doing."
And they weren't like failing financially, like as much as like sometimes they like to talk about, I don't know, struggles with money in Hollywood and whatever, because even when you watch interviews at the time, like was it with, I think there's an interview with David Lynch talking about how he refused, like, because there were several directors that Lucas was seeking out that were refusing to work on it. And they say in their interviews, at least at the time, that their lawyers and their agents were like, "You're throwing away a lot of money," and so it seemed to have been, even at the time, like fairly open knowledge that there was a lot of cash in these kind of projects. So I do feel like, there is, they do like to put on that performance that they self-funded, or that they, it's like, and I think, I know I went over this with Jared Ball, like in the when we talked about the voice of Hind Rajab, right? And so much of these behind the scenes that people, like, this is what drives me nuts. Like I'm gonna just put this out there to people. Like, there's stuff that we can extract from it and learn from, or certain things that might be, true. But like, if people get into arguments with me and they're like, "But I read on an interview that George Lucas said this," I just can't take you seriously. Like it's like saying, like, "Well, in the movie, the screenwriter wrote this line, so that means in real life that it was this." Like, it's a lot of these behind, like, what they're going to disclose, how they reveal things to the media, is sometimes completely unrelated. It's a completely different narrative and almost film or story in itself that they're going to present to the public, that isn't always, representative of like it's what they want you to think the filmmaking process is. So I think there's like, but I do like that being said, that doesn't mean we don't take, like, I take a lot of stuff from the interviews, or I'm looking at certain things. It's just those things have to be looked at critically. Like what you were saying, like, he likes to posture that it's like he's paying for it all himself, but they're underplaying like a lot of other industries that are involved.
Yeah, absolutely. I just quickly on the toy thing, like, I was just looking up when Boba Fett was first a toy, and it was 79. And like, and just to give an example of this kind of stuff, it's just like, so he was a figure in a Christmas special. Like, this was how he actually first was launched, right? But like, this is my point, is like, to say, to sort of pretend as though George Lucas was not already like insanely rich. Like, they're having like Star Wars Christmas specials on like ABC, and
Right.
and there's like all of this, like, these deals are massive, like the stuff he's doing with Kenner. Like, so to get the initial Boba Fett theater or figure, you had to buy 4 Star Wars toys, cut out the proof of purchase on all of them, and mail them in, and then they would send it to you, right? So you had to spend like, whatever. I mean, that
Wow.
was probably $20, right? Because they were probably like $5 a piece at that
I
time.
feel
But
like
like,
I missed out on these things because I don't think we got these deals in Canada as easily, because or at least, no, I'll correct that. They might have, but I grew up in Quebec, and there were a lot of things that Quebec always was excluded. Because I remember that from cereal boxes too. We were always excluded in Quebec because of I think the language things or something, but everything was like, so I didn't even realize that. That's crazy.
anyway, I didn't. Yeah, keep going, M2. I just wanted to
So
share that.
no, yeah. So yeah, I mean, that was the thing. I mean, so there's talk about Spielberg was floated for a while to do it. There's a whole DGA thing. That's actually kind of interesting history if you want to read up on it. We talked a little bit with about Poltergeist. Lucas had a thing with the DGA, so did Spielberg. So the DGA essentially made it that Spielberg couldn't direct it. In that, it's very. You want to say something, Jay?
DGA is what, Directors Guild?
Directors Guild of America. Yeah, it's interesting history. If people want to read through it, it's just interesting history of like Hollywood and how that stuff works out. I don't think we got to get too much into it, but and I would Spielberg have done it? Who knows? But I know it's like a floated. Samantha mentioned Lynch, right? Because he had just did Elephant Man. But Lynch would then later go on to do, I think, Dune after that, which I do want to bring up a Dune thing that I forgot to bring up when we did Empire, because that is very important here with the artwork. And then Cronenberg, which we talked about last week, was another one that was floated and asked. I guess what Josh was saying that Cronenberg downplays it more. Lucas tries to act like he really did offer it to him. It's another one of these
there's a lot of just interviews, like you can read what they're saying and it's just very and I just also find, just as a side note, I always find it very amusing when they're playing up these kind of things, because directors and actors and people get passed up or reconsidered for certain things all the time. A lot of these things could just be a phone call. It's are you free to do it? Nope. Okay, next person. And then all these interviews and things come out of it's not I feel like there's and I don't know if that's part of the mythology of making it seem like these films are an individual artist's vision or something, because it's sort of I feel like they play up this idea that it's like the director conceived of this film. So if there's ever a film where they're asking people, it's I don't know, I don't know if I'm making sense, but it's this weird thing where they're playing it up, but that happens a lot. The director is not always there are a lot of instances where the director writes or creates the film, but there's a lot of situations where especially in these franchises where it's very normal that they're fishing around for a director to do it, and a lot of people refuse it or get reconsidered or something, it's and so it's just weird to me, they make these big but there's certain films. I guess that's where I'm getting to with this, is that I find it really fascinating also that in certain franchises it's the biggest deal. It's newsworthy, and interviews and everything about these this director didn't do it, or it's just, I don't know, it's just weird.
I think there's also this thing with, and I think Lucas and Spielberg have this issue. They don't want to be seen as puppet masters, but they do want the credit. It's this double thing. Luke is yeah, this is my shit. But yeah, no, he really did do this stuff. He really did direct it. He really was a director. But it is mine. You have to remember that. And it's kind of what always trips them up, right? And I think Marvel's into that. They want you to think that these people have a kind of autonomous system or autonomous ability, and that there isn't a kind of higher machine of input and stuff like that. It's not working that way. So I think they feel the need to legitimize the directors in that kind of way. So they're not seen to be as a kind of machine that most people believe that they are. Right. I don't know if it's conscience, or I don't know if it's a kind of tactic of, or probably, it's probably both.
A strategy, because I look at I don't know, I can't help but feel that way, because getting into the conversations that I've gotten sort of into in the last year, the response, hearing a lot of people push back at things that I say, because they're but the director this or that, and it's, or the screenwriter, because that's the other thing, right? In, at least you can see that in these credits, it's you have a different screenwriter, but it still says story by George Lucas. Screenwriters do not necessarily write the story. And I mean, again, I don't work on, I've never worked on films, live action films that are not aesthetic oriented, right? That don't have all these VFX and all of these kind of things. So I am working on projects like Star Wars, or superhero kind of movies. And these things, even when you say the screenwriter is this person, the director is this person, the story is already predetermined. They're not conceiving of these things. They're just putting their way of telling it, but the story is determined. Certain things are predetermined.
And to your point, to add to it, screenwriting credit is very dubious in Hollywood because of things like unions, pay, how things are optioned, so forth and so on. There was a controversy many years ago when Steve McQueen did 12 Years a Slave, and I forget the guy who wrote it. And it was like the whole thing about McQueen doing the clap. They had like a big beef, the writer, because, and that had to do with writing credit, because McQueen said he altered the script, but the guy didn't want to. So when the guy got best screenplay Oscar, it was just him who went up. But McQueen's claim was that I actually rewrote like 40% of the script, right? And so forth and so on. But because of WGA rules and things like that, he couldn't. So like, yeah, to Samantha's point, you also like when you see what a screenwriting credit is, like you have to take a lot of that with a grain of salt sometimes, with especially with particular kinds of movies, right? And then there's people you just never know who wrote the screenplay, and they can't tell you because, you know, because of all types of stuff, because you made some kind of deal. So to that point, yeah, a lot of these credits are very, 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 very dubious. So you have the filmmaker, I mean, the director who they come to, and his name is Richard Marquand, who is someone who no one knows other than this movie. Right? I looked up and I said, have I seen any other Richard Marquand movies? And I was like, oh, I've seen one. I saw that weird movie Jagged Edge in 1985, and I don't remember anything from it. Like no one remembers anything from it.
Wasn't he really hostile on set a bit? Like wasn't he friends with the DOP on Empire also? I think that's probably where they
that I don't know. That I don't know actually. Yeah, that actually I don't know. Yeah.
I don't know.
Is he a real person? Is this a
real?
He's made movies. He made films. He's Welsh.
I think there was some drama. Like I want people to look this up because I'm not like looking at a source at the moment, but I think there was some drama that like Carrie Fisher had talked about, that he was just really awful to her on like through the whole production, and there were many times where she was like crying, writing off set and stuff, and like just he was really.
This actually does run familiar. This runs familiar because I remember she had a bad one. Yeah,
the DOP who did like gorgeous work on Empire, and I'm blanking on his name again, but I loved his like his work. I don't I think he stood like I think he defended and advocated for this director as well. So I think that they have some kind of friendship or connection, or like I'm wondering if that's how they found him.
Yeah, I'm looking at it. Alan Hume. Alan Hume is the and they had him and Marquand had worked on a few films together. I'm just like looking at
You're right though, Samantha. I mean, Carrie Fisher cited that he told her she was fucking up scenes, and like that it was just a very tense thing. And yeah, I mean, obviously, we'll get into it as we get into the movie, but obviously her character in this film in particular is really just treated as like a tool, a sexual object,
it's so
basically
bad.
throughout it. Like,
like I can't even imagine going into set like in her, in her position, going into this, and I don't know, it seemed like she had, like, from my understanding, she did have a good relationship with Mark Hamill or something, like they were friends, or I don't know, but it's also just so humiliating, right? Like everything that she had to regardless of like who she is or her, I know she's a Zionist and like all of these things, but it's still like incredibly, like when you just think of the context of like what would that be like to go into set every day and be positioned the way that she was, humiliated in front of like her friends, castmates, like all, like just everything was just, I just found like, yeah, it's just so distasteful, like on so many, just even that, aside from like all the stuff we're going to talk about, like the problems that we see on screen in the film, but like I do think like that experience would just be really uncomfortable, and yeah.
But then they also do admit that Lucas was there quite frequently because they said Marquand knew nothing about special effects and he couldn't, which is like what, like much of this fucking movie. So that means Lucas was on
And
the set all the time. So it's like it's
I
not like
know.
there's big acting scenes, you know, where like really with like lots of, you know, really tender chamber drama stuff. The movie is mostly special effects, big sequences. So Lucas was there, you know, advising all of that work. So I mean, he was
Mhm.
definitely. It's definitely Lucas's film. It's just, you know,
It's,
there's always this part of it that makes me feel like not that he's lazy, but also it's
I
kind of
know.
just like, yeah, I want someone to kind of do that shit, but the shit that I want to do, I want to be able to come in here and do it, and then, you know, and then I'm gonna go out and go have
It's
a tab.
yeah, like he doesn't want to do the effort. He just wants it, like it's like he wants like AI films kind of thing or something. But it's like it's weird to me too, because that is what you see. Like a lot of people would say that in the interviews, like that, you know, he doesn't like to direct, or he didn't want to. And like it is just kind of a weird, I mean, obviously, like he wants to control like this world that he's created and the vision for it and his legacy. And you know, and I think that also just becomes very clear, like in the, you know, not that today is about the prequels, but the episodes 1, 2, and 3 that came out later, that he's, yeah, like I think like Star Wars became greater than what he was able to conceive, I think, is the bottom line. And he just wanted to, you know, hold on to the legacy of it. But I don't think, yeah, it's interesting to me, because it doesn't really seem like, you know, for someone that, for the kind of world that it is, like Dave Filoni is more knowledgeable in like preserving the Star Wars legacy than Lucas is, which is just weird.
So there's like other things that I think probably might be more interesting when we get to the sequences, like the Ewoks and the development of that. Probably when we get to the sequences, probably like go into the movie to extrapolate, because like I said, it's more it's. I think one of the things about it that like strikes me when you're looking at like the making of it is how regularly you know, monopoly capital it all is. You know, the R&D that like Samantha talks about, the various merchandising and commodity industries that it is, and the fact that it's 2 successful movies, so they're going to make a third, right? And then the actors are going to sign back on. You're going to get all the people to kind of come back on and do it again. It's so regular, which is disturbing, that this is a regularity of Hollywood, but like it's not, it's like unremarkable in its horribleness, right? In that kind of way.
But
Yeah.
it's amazing. It's amazing, like because I do, like I think I was thinking about this too, like rewatching it now and just being like, this is such a bad movie. Like by itself, it's such a bad movie. On every level, like on, like even just in terms of like if I were consulting on this film, I would have a lot of work laid out for me to try to fix all the problems, like just aesthetically, let alone like not talking about all the ideological problems, but just in a technical sense, there are so many problems in this film. And but it really, I don't know, like I think for me, just reflecting back, I think there was just something about the first film that seemed, and in the context of the time, like, you know, just this, like in how much obfuscation it gave to even the story. Like they didn't necessarily know what the story was, but the mystery around this like sort of Orientalist, East Asian, like mysterious Jedi order, and that they refer to the Clone Wars and this mysterious past that existed in the world before, you know, we're invited to into the story in episode 4. There was something about how they introduced us into the world in that first film that is what carries us through these other 2 movies, you know, like creating this mythology, creating this world that none of the, like especially in this one, even if I were just to like take away my like critical anti-empirical self and just be a Star Wars geek for a second, these films don't even, like they especially Return of the Jedi, it just rides off of everything we were promised in episode 4. It doesn't actually, it's like that's the only thing holding it together is what you believed in from the previous ones, what you were primed, into. It wasn't like, it's really, sorry, there's so much to say, but it's just fascinating because standalone, like if you had never seen anything and if you didn't know anything about this universe, it would just be a bad movie. But like, it's because you come in,
So to Samantha's point, this is an interesting thing. I thought about this watching it the other night. So I'm watching it and I'm like, and there are ways that I don't like movies where I have to watch the previous 2 or the previous one to get into it. And I feel like more than Empire Strikes Back, this movie, I had that experience. It was writing off everything previous. So like, like, you get your normal Star Wars and, intro and right. It feels like episodic TV in that kind of way, right? Kind of what Marvel gets like blamed with now, right?
With the Avengers stuff,
With the Avengers stuff, because then you get it in, right? And your first thing is, you're kind of going into the Death Star. And I'm like, okay, if I knew none of this stuff, how would this be significant to me other than the massive set pieces? You see that, you see the ship come in, right? And you get the dun, 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 all the stuff with like, coming in, you see Vader, and like, it's all riding off the previous. And I'm kind of just like watching it. I'm like, okay, why is this important? Other than the fact that what Samantha was saying, I need the previous kind of like gush of nostalgia from the previous ones. Because then when I'm evaluating it on itself, I'm like, this even starts bad.
But it is like the third act. I mean, like this trilogy does very much work in like, I mean, all of the movies in some way are functionally incomplete. Like in all of them, you're kind of left in this weird, like the first one kind of can stand alone, which makes sense because I think there was probably some understanding from George Lucas in making that one. Like, this might be the only one I get to make, so I have to make it at least, somewhat, space for sequels, but also that if it is the only one that gets made, there's a bit of a conclusion here that people can sit with. The original Death Star gets exploded, right? And, all of that. The Rebel Alliance wins this battle. But then the second one is just like, once they make the second one, you have to have the third one, right? Because then you're just ending it on like, well, Darth Vader kicks Luke's butt, cuts his arm off, and he falls, and his friends save him, but basically the Empire wins, right? And so then this one has to become the kind of resolution. And I think one of the things that is so insidious about Lucas is just this then idea of like, oh, well, there was always meant to be 9 movies, like, oh, there's going to be the prequels and then we'll do the sequels, right? And the way that they all kind of operate in that same way of within each of the 3 trilogies, right? It's like really not even so much that you evaluate independent acts within the films, but the films are in a certain way like an act of a 3-part, kind of play in each instance. So yeah, I do agree with you all. I mean, I agree that obviously this one, you definitely have to see the other ones before this one really means very much to you, because it's so far into the storyline. And I mean, even the way it starts, it's like, well, why is Han Solo in carbonite, and why who's
like
Jabba?
I mean, all their character arcs as well. Like I mean, I know we talked about that in the Empire one and stuff, and it is very much like, it's like it has to be thought of more as a series. Like, it has to be looked at more like a mini series or something, whatever you would call it on Netflix or something like that, a limited mini series. Because the first one is the only one that can stand alone.
Yeah, and it's always, I always find it like a weird experience because like I'm watching it, so I'm watching it right, and then it starts right, and you kind of get into like the setup right with like Vader. So a note on this that I do want to bring up, because I didn't bring it back on Empire. I don't know if people have seen the documentary Jodorowsky's Dune, about Alejandro Jodorowsky and when he was going to be making Dune. I have my major issues with Jodorowsky. I'm not a huge fan of him, but one of the things that is known is that his production book for Dune was saw all through Hollywood. And if you look at the pictures, many of those pictures are pictures that look just like the a lot of the Imperial stuff from Star Wars. In particular, this opening scene is one of them, right? And if you watch it, they do it. Definitely check out that Jodorowsky's Dune documentary, because it was the people who were a part of it were like people like Dan O'Bannon, H.R. Geiger. If those names are familiar to you, they're the guys who did Alien, right? They put that together, and a lot of the stuff that's in there, you see it in this book, right? And like I remember they actually do like a screenshot where they show like the drawings, and they do a side by side to that with the kind of pictures from Star Wars, and you're like, oh my god, right? And like the whole story was like this book, because the Dune movie didn't get made, it got passed all around Hollywood, and people were just like taking from it, right? And this is like a sequence I remember looking at it in this opening kind of sequence where you basically like you see, I was reminded, I was like, oh shit, that's totally Jodorowsky, that's totally Dune shit right there that they took.
I don't know if he like, and because Ralph McQuarrie did the a lot of the concept. Like I feel like especially at that time, it's still like that now, but especially at that time too, I think a lot of these conceptual artists, like there were only like a handful of them, and they're all hanging out, sketching together, looking at the same sources, learning from the same sources. So all of these visions, like even like Phil Tippett, right, with his creatures that he did in this, a lot of Tippett monsters sort of set a look for a certain type of monster in the universe, like in these universes, like so I feel like there is a bit of like this incestual imaginings of these kind of sci-fi worlds that it just gets regurgitated a lot. And I find like it's no different than what you see in like especially in a lot of like AAA games. It's like there's also like rigs that people want to reuse things, but even among different like IPs and different franchises, like just the look of like what a monster looks like, or what a dragon, like there's like certain types that you just constantly see like repeated in just like how these worlds and how these creatures are envisioned. And a lot of that is just like, I don't have a better word for it, like artistic incest. Like it's like a lot of these artists, they don't, like I remember when I was in school, like, and I took it quite literally, like I took it really to heart, but like we were always like, they always say things like look to the world for inspiration, but a lot of these people just look to themselves and to other films, and to like, they're just not looking at they don't.
It's funny, and you're gonna make fun of me for saying this, because I'm gonna say I watched a making of type thing, but so I was watching one of like this little short thing that Disney has on Boba Fett, the character, right, which is where I got the reference that I made earlier as well. But they're talking about kind of exactly what you are talking about, right? So it has some of the people who were supposed to design, and they're all like, I don't remember who came up with the T visor, right? So his but then they talk about what you're saying too, of like, well, it's like a ancient knight's helmet, right? Like that old idea of these old like knight's visors through the armor, right? That's sort of the look that Boba Fett's headpiece has there, right? Helmet. And but it's very funny because like they talked even in that about like how it was originally supposed to be a design for like elite stormtroopers or whatever, and then they were like, oh, George Lucas didn't have enough money to make like 100 of them or whatever to do that, so they're like, okay, we'll just leave it and then we'll paint it a different color, and this is how you end up with Boba Fett as this bounty hunter character. But it was very funny because it was these multiple artists and designers that were involved in the creation of it, and they couldn't even remember, nor did they seem to even care to like sort of say like, I'm taking credit for it, I'm the one who did it, right? It's like, I don't know who came up with that part of the
That's
idea
pretty
or
much
whatever.
how it is. Like I find like it frustrates me. Artists in my industry like do not interrogate anything, and that's actually like one of the reasons that I literally paid my bills off of artists not interrogating things, like literally, because they wouldn't understand. I mean, this is like a total side note, but like one of the things that because I had a martial arts background and a dance background, and I would do a lot of like what we call body mechanics, like when you're just like how the body, like how in animation, like to create believable movement, right? Like how does the body work? What are the mechanics of the body? And things that we had to do, like as animators in the hand-drawn days, we had to do a lot of figurative drawing, like anatomy and studying the human body and everything. But even the way that we would approach drawing was taken from, I mean, there's different academic schools of thought, and this is like a whole other thing, but like, like a lot of it, like in LA, they tend to favor like Raphaelite schools, and they're looking at like sort of Raphael Renaissance based things, and the French and British tend to go more with like the ateliers that were occurring in France, and that were very shape, like there's a bark drawing method, it's very silhouette and shape oriented. And so like, but they would use these, like this is how artists in our industry would like study anatomy. And so I ended up creating a program that was basically interpreting how dancers, like to create a visual like interpretation artistically of how to interpret like movement and energy and everything. And that I published a book on it, and that's like I would do workshops like around the world at different studios to teach people like how to see this visually so they could translate this into their animation. And it's literally because nobody like ever thought that we need to change our drawing techniques based on the industry that we work on. It's like, that's what other people do. And so you just do, like, that is the culture of my industry. And so, and then when I got into academia, it's like, that's what academics do, is they look for connections and they create new things. And that's just like a normal thing that people do. But in my industry, it's like completely void of it, like completely void of it. So all of these, like people tend to, go to already created sources. And we even saw this, like I remember again, another behind the scenes thing, but I also know Byron, who was the director of Tangled when Disney released Tangled. And their whole thing was like, we were just going to Disneyland to look at like, to create a fairy tale European world based on the architecture at Disneyland. Like nobody thinks to go further than these things. They just, it's like I used to call it like a culture of fans, like that we weren't artists. We were like fans that just kind of regurgitated the work that we're doing. Sorry, I know I'm going like on a ramble, but that's literally the mentality. And it drives me crazy because like, I mean, now, I don't want to participate in these things anymore, but I really loved, like, I did love being a visual storyteller and doing this kind of work. And that was constantly the culture, like, even as an Imperial artist, that was the culture that I was up against, is like these, like, so it, like, and that's why I think all of this harm and tropes and everything get perpetuated, because people are just doing stuff because they're fans of whoever did it before, and they're just trying to follow those ideas without reflecting on where those, like, they don't go to the source, they don't reflect on where those ideas came from, and so it just gets like distorted and perpetuated. And yeah, I have a whole like settler logic theory on that too.
Well, I think this is perfect though, because I think we can get to the first big set piece, because like you have the little like tab scene of like, talking about the Death Star and all that at the beginning, that they're remaking it. But the first big set piece is the entering Jabba's lair.
Oh, but we do have to jump back to that Empire scene before, like that little.
What about it? Yeah, go ahead.
Before, because I know you guys do things chronologically, so
Yeah.
I tried to keep my notes. I just wanted to point out, like, just in the narrative thing, like, it was just really interesting that they started, like, they started humanizing Vader in that scene. Like that, like they had like the like he arrives and they have like all these people, like whoever the commander is there, that he's like, we need more time, and Vader's like, the Emperor will not be as forgiving as I am, or whatever, and the guy is like negotiating with Vader. He's like, it's not fair, we need more time, we don't have enough resources, and Vader is like totally listening to him and being empathetic. And if we look back at Jedi, Vader, there was that scene midway sorry, not Jedi, Empire Strikes Back, there was that scene midway through where it starts with the guy dying on the ground, and Vader's like, apology accepted, and so this same Vader, I just wanted to point out how, like, psychologically they start priming in Jedi for you to start liking Vader, for you to start like empathizing all of a sudden with this character. So I think that was my little note for that little sequence.
Yeah,
was like,
and they also play up the Emperor too, being even more wicked than him, right?
Yeah.
He's not as forgiving as me, right? So like he's like the greater evil. Like, so this is where it also is like the video game shit, right? Yeah, Vader is like is like sub boss, right? No, the Emperor is the real boss. That's like that's final boss level.
And now that you're saying that, though, it's kind of like the Death Star thing, because it's just like, this is like sorry, just because I'm so used to working with these people. It's so juvenile. It's like the mentality of like 14-year-olds, like in older men bodies. And it's even like the thing, like it's the same, like it's like, in the first film you've got the Death Star, and now you've got like the super Death Star, and this is how original everyone is, right? It's like now there's a bigger end boss, and I feel like it's the same with Vader and then Palpatine, and then like when you go to the sequels later, there's like the Killer Star base, which is like an even more super Death Star. So yeah,
Death Star 2, as they call it. They call it Death Star 2.
Yes, yeah, I know, so original.
Yeah. Well, yeah, we should jump into like, so like, I mean, and anybody want to jump in and talk about like Jabba's, so you get into Jabba's lair, so you get 3PO and you can jump in, Jay, like setting that up.
Sure.
that whole layer. Yeah,
sure. So I mean, like, I was digging into filming locations throughout a little bit more on some of these. So like the scene that you get at the opening with 3PO and R2 coming up, right? This is right in Death Valley in California, which is where a lot of Tatooine as a location is filmed, either in Death Valley or in Tunisia in most cases. And so that's an interesting
This one was just
contrast.
in Arizona, though, in Return, right? Like they didn't go back to Tunisia, I think, for this film.
Yeah, some of it is on the California side, but some of it is on the Arizona side, I believe. But it's all the same desert, basically. But yeah, so this one, I don't think they did go to Tunisia. That's in New Hope, or 4, or Star Wars. Because somebody asked this, so I do want to clarify one thing quickly, just as a point of order, is that it was not called Episode 4 when it came out, and that was not in the opening crawl in the first one, because and again, this gets into Lucas and how he edits his shit over time, which I think is really becomes, it's messed up, right? Because it's like you're presenting everything now in this like new cohesive kind of format. But when it came out in 1977, the film was just called Star Wars, and it was not A New Hope.
Did it say Episode 4 on that scrolly bit? So the episode thing was not there at all.
Not at all.
Oh.
Not at all. And they added that, though. So this is how how smart he is on some level is he adds that when Return comes out, and then they re-release Star Wars as A New
I
Hope.
totally got duped by
Sorry,
that.
not Return, Empire. So when the second one comes out, then he's like, okay, this is actually Episode 5, and then they re-released it as Star Wars: A New Hope in like 81 or 80, somewhere around there. And so there's a theatrical re-release, and that's when they added that Episode 4 and all of that, and it stayed since then. So like for us growing up in the 80s, we wouldn't have necessarily known that, other than older people saying, oh, that was just Star Wars for us, right? Which sometimes you hear from people. But that
That just
by the
broke
time
like the
Yeah.
last little thread of respect that I had, because just as a like, just sorry not to like, just as like the one thing that I loved as like an imperialist storyteller back in the day when I was in school was this idea that they created a story that was the redemption of the story of the prequels. Like that there was a story that existed of like Anakin Skywalker and this new trilogy that they did the redemption story first. So now you just like that obviously wasn't even like
No, I think he totally made all that shit up.
Yeah.
So anyway, we were talking about Jabba. So yeah, so you get, I mean, I don't know. There's a lot that we could say about this. Obviously, you get the droids rolling up. You know from the previous one that, when Boba Fett has his negotiation with Vader, basically, right at the end of Empire, that there's a deal struck which is always so strange. Like, why does Vader care about like Jabba the Hutt's freaking deal? Like, but so Boba Fett takes Han in carbonite to Jabba the Hutt, right? And so there's just a set of little scenes in the beginning, basically, where the crew is trying to get Han, free Han, right? And we can go into these. I think there's stuff definitely to say about the orientalism, the way Jabba is portrayed, the characters around them, and all of that. There's also, but just thematically for folks, there's a series of sequences in which the droids, Leia, Chewie, and Chewie as well, right? And then eventually Luke, all kind of come in, and Lando, disguised very like obviously pulling down his mask so you can see his face.
I'm hiding.
I
All
have a
of their
helmet.
signaling during that sequence, like their head nods to each other, were so not discreet.
I'm hiding.
So they're all
Oh,
trying to
man.
get Han. They're trying to free Han from the carbonite, and
And
there's
that
stuff we
was-
could talk about within it. But yeah, go ahead.
That was also like, I guess, again, like they sort of set up this formula in from Empire, these kind of exposition sequences to sort of like, I don't know if you call it exposition or not, but these kind of like getting everyone back into the universe again and having some kind of an adventure that has nothing to do with the rest of the story, but sets up all the problems. But it was like almost 40 minutes into the film. Like that's the thing, like this completely random, just like kind of really just fetishized, whatever for like that they all thought they were doing something cool, I imagine, on set, or like the filmmakers. And it's just it like took up like such a huge chunk of time for like just to be gross.
Yeah, like it's interesting. I'm watching the movie. I'm like, okay, so they basically want to do space western meets Arabian Nights. Right? Like, because you get in there, and one of the things that like I think starts to like really kind of permeate for me is this western obsession, and I'm not what the westerns like in the West, with like the periphery and how they express it. So you come in, the droids are these like big ghouly things with like, teeth that go this way, a guy with a big old like tail on his face, right? With like the long fingernails, right? And they're like touching the droids and everything is like all dirty. And then you equate that with like the name Jabba, So when I think Jabba, I'm immediately thinking something kind of African or, North African, whatever they think, right? And it's like you're in there, right? And you're getting all of this kind of wash of these like weird worlds. And then the vibe, like the music is playing, right? It's kind of smoky. And I'm like, oh God, this is like, it's y'all brains about how y'all imagine what like a tough world would be is really like demented, right? It's really, really demented. And then you begin to but then you have this thing of like the kind of like the cool Western, right? So everyone is waiting, like we're all kind of planning it. Everybody's playing. Lando's really there, right? Leia comes in and she has her mask, but she's really the person. And it's like, I always felt like they were trying to make Leia in this movie, I'll say like an overarching, more like tough, but but it's still the same bullshit. Like you can think in like their kind of male head, they're like, we're gonna make Leia like more of the tough one this time. And I'm like, you literally have her chained on a blob for 30 minutes of a movie, right? With like no clothes on. Like, dude, like what are you talking about? There's nothing like tough about this, right? But yeah, it's this weird way of thinking about like, because then when you add the Ewoks later, it's like it's how their brain thinks of really the non-Western world. They probably see us as big green creatures that can't speak, right? Or can't speak not like a higher developed language, right? And our relations are like aggressive, and we're vindictive, and we want to, because the other one that kind of like disturbs me, and I forgot because I remember I did code this, is the other woman that's chained, who I'm pretty sure is a Black woman, right? And I can't lie, I grew up coded that she's Black too. I thought that even though she's green in the movie, I'm like, that's a Black woman.
There's only 2 white people outside of like, the Western, like, Leia and Han and Luke. There's only 2 white people in that like space. Everybody is either Black or Asian, East or South Asian. And like everybody, the guards, the only 2 white people are the guy that's that kind of alien personal assistant, and the guy that's like crying over his monster pet, after Luke kills the guy. So the 2 managers, I guess, the 2 higher job positions in this space are the only 2 white people. And that was the other thing I noticed. If you look at everybody, all the other guards that are like loitering around the room, if they're not aliens, they're like, if they're not indigenous, basically, the Star Wars universe of like indigenous lesser species, as they classify them, the human people, they're all Southeast Asian or Black. And they even did that, because there's the different versions when they added the singer, like they added not just the CG, but they added like this, I don't know if it was this, I can't remember exactly, but if they added those 3 singer, those kind of like singers that are on, like the 3 of them, and they kind of are flirting, like you see them kind of draped on Boba Fett later, and he kind of like taps their chin and he's being all like suave with them. But those 3 women, one was Asian, the other 2 I think are Black. So I don't remember if that was from the original thing or if that was sort of added footage later, but they kind of kept with that racism in that space as well. So I think like that was another thing that, they just, how they populate and like set up, it's not just the dancer, it's the entire space.
And I will say too, it always frustrated me that they changed the song. I know this is like a much more minor, like petty, like you all are talking about. Like
it's awful. I know, but it is like, I know the whole like I hate like, and the CG that I know that wasn't done then, but the CG just looks so bad. Like the lighting on, like just everything, the lighting on it does not. integrate with the space at all. The movement, like, just, it looks like CG. It's just so weird. I mean, the Tippett, like the original singer that Phil Tippett had done, it's not like it was great either, but at least it was more like, and the CG, like the new song and those background singers and everything. It's just so, it was already cringy, and then it's like extra cringy. Yeah, it's really horrible.
I get. Oh, sorry. Yeah, no, it is. But so just to add a couple of things, I mean, I think, obviously, Jabba as this, gangster, right? Like, chaining up and enslaving women, right? Like being this like really creepy dude, and then having like setting elaborate traps to like feed people to monsters. And then there's the whole thing when they finally capture Luke and all of this, right? Because Luke comes in and Jedi mind tricks the I don't even know what you call that, guys, like the bellhop of the place or something like that. But basically,
personal assistant.
Yeah, exactly. But he realizes he can't Jedi mind trick Jabba, and gets captured. So then they're gonna feed them all to the Sarlacc. That's like how you sort of move forward. And another thing that's the CGI on the Sarlacc and the replacement of the old one is
why?
Like, one of the things I hate so much.
Yeah, they didn't even need to. Like, it even makes it kind of like it's just weird.
It makes it less realistic looking. Like, I know that it's all like, but this is the weird thing is like those what are they called, practical effects or whatever that were used in that era. Like, obviously it is like Muppet suits and stuff like this, but it just, at least aesthetically, it's all even. When you throw in the like bad late 90s CGI stuff, it ruins those aspects of the film.
And to the point that Samantha made, though, is that they're also consistent. They're visually consistent with the technicals of the period. So you then throw in something that's like a 15-year later kind of device on top of something. It just looks bad, right? And it's like, it's just gadget kid shit. It's like, oh, look at this new gadget that I have. Look at, I can use it. Hoo. And it's like, bro, I don't want to see you do this. Like, go make go make another movie with that, right? I don't want to see it. It's stupid, right? But one thing I want to throw in there, I mean, and I feel like the thing with Jabba, and I think is like, what do you code when you're young? Right.
Mm-hmm.
And I can't lie. Like, when I'm looking at Jabba the Hutt as a kid, I am seeing the cliche orientalist Arab or South Asian, lazy sultan thing, right? You're totally coding that as a kid.
He's got the hookah, like he's got like it, like there's still like, even before we go to the pit, like there's still like that whole environment, and it's so like like nothing else exists there. I kind of like that you brought up the Western thing, because like it is kind of like that, I guess. Like, they're all hanging out in this bar, like literally doing nothing, like they have nothing going on except the film kind of thing or something, and it's there, but it's so like, it's just gross. It's hedonistic. It's like, even just the way that he is like this, just like gelatin, like, and everything. That was the other thing, like, and I know that's like just a Phil Tippett thing, but like just this, like just all of this like fluids, body fluids on all of these creatures, just like drooling, slathering, like, just lubricated like everywhere. It's just so gross. And just having like, and that whole bit where Leia, like that there were some just like interesting. It's just so, it's so horrible. Like it's like, just even when they put Leia in the chain thing, I find that there's like a lot of amateurness in this film where it was sloppy, but there were also things where, like these shots, like there were things where there are shots where they specifically, like throughout this sequence, they just had a spotlight on Leia that was not part of the lighting in the room. So she was always like, even if Jabba's talking, she was always brightly lit. Like you're always just drawn to looking at like her in the bikini. And so like, and I think even this one, like this is this like, I think even in other shots, Jabba's even more in shadow and Leia is more in light. Like there's some where you barely even can see anybody else, but you just see her like glowing in the dark kind of thing. And so I thought that was, you know, there were just those kind of aesthetic choices, like this whole bit, as soon as she's in the bikini, that, and including when they go to the pit and she's on the, whatever you call it, his like version of a yacht or whatever, that she's like, they do use lighting to just constantly light up her body all the time. So like I find like just even those choices, and there was also, just before we move on to the pit, there's also that bit when like Han is in, you know, and this is kind of what they set up, you know, we talked about this in the last one with Empire, but this kind of way of envisioning like the indigenous people in this world, right? These animalistic interpretations of indigenous people, like Chewie, and that he's kind of just like this loyal dog to Han. So even when they reunite in the cells, like just that power dynamic that like, you know, there's some jokes, and it is kind of funny to just summarize like that Luke became a Jedi while Han is out of it, because it's like, you know, they're trying to explain like the ridiculousness of all this stuff, but even like there's no like Chewie, how are you? It's just like, I'm okay, Chewie, I'm okay. It's like Chewie is constantly like this pet dog, this sentient pet dog to Han, and just that reinforcement, you know, and it just goes into the Ewok thing, and you know, we talked about this in Empire too, but the way that indigenous people are like portrayed in these universes is just so degrading, and it's just constantly reinforced.
Yeah, I mean, to that point, like just to add, like they're beyond development, quote unquote, right? Like they're stuck, right? Like these are, it's a thing that I as like I've gotten older, I've noticed about how the fantasy world and how they think about history, and that you're kind of like, either like certain cultures they always were intelligent, or they always were advanced. The only thing that maybe gets in the way is like an empire who wants to kind of destroy them. And then these other cultures like the Huns or whatever, the, you know, so forth and so on, they are stuck and they never do leave. And you have to have people like Luke are important because they have this paternalism for them, right? This is like what you're saying about like Han and Chewie. Like Chewie will never be able to speak real language. He'll always be a dog, a loyal dog, a mutt, right?
And
so
all of those,
Han is special. Han is special because he'll always look out for Chewie, right?
yeah.
In that kind of way.
And all those cultures, like you said, like throughout this Star Wars universe, like cultures that Empire got in the way, a lot of them are human cultures. Like a lot of them are like Naboo, or so like, again, like this metaphor for like the West, and then all indigenous people are these, you know, what they refer to in these series as these alien, you know, that are physically different, like everything. It's just very, it's, and then of course, like they still do maintain like their, like it's still racist among the humans, but it's done in this way of like color blindness, like as if racism doesn't exist. But it just so happens that Black people are always strategically used in the human world, in, you know, in this space. And so it's, yeah, it just, I find like just that like it's just like that thing, it's just repetitive, it's just a constant reinforcement of that, and this, and that's the thing that struck me about them setting that up at the beginning with Chewie, and sort of reestablishing his like loyalness to these superior human Westerners. It is a precursor to the undevoted loyalness that these primitive Ewoks are going to have for no reason to these foreign invaders, to just like love them and be loyal to them because they're the superior race or whatever. It's it just like, you know, so like all of these things, like they are as irritating as this film is, and all the even, you know, just aesthetic problems with it, it still sets up, like it still primes and sets up certain things deliberately and strategically.
Absolutely. I mean, and I think, you know, back to just a little more on the Orientalism, you know, side of it too. It's like, so then Leia becomes this, I mean, one, so they get to display Leia, right? As, you know, you get the sexy aspect of Star Wars, right? But also that is then put off on this group that you're portraying in this very Orientalist view, so that then when she's liberated, right, when she's freed by folks, it's like, you know, and I did want to say something too, because it'll come up later, especially when we talk about blowing up Death Star 2. But in that first scene, I forgot to mention this, right? Like Darth Vader comes in, and the whole thing is about basically that the Imperial, the laborers are moving too slow, right? Like it's it's like an anti-worker, you know, like the workers and the contractors who are building the second Death Star need to get their shit together, right? And so they have to redouble their efforts, and you know, because the emperor is not as forgiving, so they'll just be killed if they don't, you know, build the Death Star faster. So that becomes important later on. But the same thing here is like when they finally blow up Jabba's barge during this whole like scene, you know, like you're just like, okay, well, who cares about all the people that Jabba has like enslaved? Like, obviously nobody is there just because like, hey, we like Jabba, like, you know, and yet you're fine just like blowing all of them up, you know. And I think that's like, that's, you know, like these women, you know, or, you know, whatever, Alien, but played by women in like dress and stuff like that, like the Twi'lek women and stuff like that, right? They're all just disposable basically to this crew.
It
So
does
yeah.
reinforce that though. It does, like, you know, and like, yeah, like these films are always about that kind of foreign like, I don't know what else to call it, but that imperialist, like, don't care about, you know, it's specifically towards American audiences and reminding American audiences that other people other than white Americans don't really exist and aren't important. And it just flattens it out. Like it flattens it out so much, and it does give into those, it's the same tropes that we've been seeing, you know, with Iran and with Gaza and with all these places, that you just have like these flattened out cultures. And even if the women die, it's like, well, they were being abused by this horrible culture anyway, so they all like, it's like justifiable or whatever. It's like,
yeah. I mean, at best it's like a lazy not, I won't even say humanitarianism, it's like a lazy sympathy, right? Well, you know, kind of what you said, Samantha, like they're born in this hostile world, they're stuck in it, you know, they wouldn't really fit, you know, in the other world anyway. So it's like, you know, it's just so bad there, right? You know, they don't have the ability for advancements. But that is also like the action and adventure movie thing, right? Anyone in that world, these people die, they can get chopped up and sliced, and you know, no one really will really bat an eye, right? But you know, if Lando or, you know, or Han fall in the pit, oh my god, that's like that would be the big tragedy of the world. Oh my god, 3PO, right? Like he's cut in half. Oh my god, right? But yeah, you know, random green creature gets force choked. Whatever. Who needs them, you know?
yeah, like nobody cares about like any of those and also like all like yeah, like all those people that are also possibly employees, or like people that didn't want, like, you know, either they're slaves or they're employees, or they're like, they're not necessarily like and all of them just get killed and we don't care because like that's like they're just like blow up the ship, whatever, kill like everybody, kill everybody on it. There's no discerning of anything. And but on the flip side, on their side, it's all very specific of like who, you know, that we need to be nuanced and sort of understand.
Yeah. One thing quickly too. So I was thinking about orcs in relation to the depiction of like the Gamorrean guards and like all those kind of figures that are in Jabba's palace that are, you know, the depictions of them, you know, always like, you know, teeth coming out and like pig noses and things like this, right? And I think so a lot of that comes from Tolkien, you know, I mean, and Tolkien's drawing on other stuff too. But, you know, he was very criticized by people too for the Orientalism within his work, right? And I think that's like, you know, there's layers. Like, I'm not even sure how conscious, it doesn't matter ultimately, but like, I'm not even sure how conscious George Lucas is of like, hey, I'm going to do this, right? It's just like when he thinks of, what do I want to, you know, what's evil look like, right? These are the things that are also, you know, and I think that's somewhat important because not for Lucas, but I think for anybody that's making art, right? Or making like working in Hollywood or any of these things is like just understanding that a lot of these visualizations, logics, explanations of what evil is and what's not, what's totally condemnable and not worth caring about or salvaging, destroyable, killable, right? That these are just based upon these like kind of long racist logics of empire, right? And a lot of that stuff for Tolkien, like I think, you know, and old Orientalism, right? It comes out of, you know, like fear of like Genghis Khan, like stuff like this, right? Like, you know, it's really like this long, because you know, we do have to remember, as Cedric Robinson reminds us, that Europe was a backwater of of civilization, you know, like it was not for a very long time, you know, where civilization was emanating from, right? And that's like the false historical lie, right, around all of that. So anyway.
Yeah, I mean, just a little button on that. I mean, they also readily admit that they like grew up loving movies like the Sinbad movies, like the Seventh Voyage of Sinbad, with like, you know, the Cyclops and all these like. And if you look at the creatures and even this that kind of like, you know, quote unquote Arabian kind of adventure and the ghouls and these things, the people that will trick you, it's the same stuff. It's just given lightsabers and guns and new mythology and put into like a new galactic context instead of like, you know, the different one that the Sinbad movies like lived in. But it's the same racist, you know, or Orientalist shit.
Yeah, it's not. It's honestly, it's not a critical thinking space. Like I can like definitely tell you that. Like it's very. I mean, I know. I've brought this up in my other conversations, and even, you know, like when we were talking about Jedi, and I was saying to you, like, I really think they don't understand that they're being sexist. Also, sorry, when we were talking about Empire, like the last one, it is that kind of space. It's like I can't describe it better than like if you can imagine very isolated, privileged teenage boys that are in older men's bodies that only understand the world from having seen popular media, and the way that they take inspiration from things like, even like we'll talk about it later with the Ewoks, but even this whole thing with the Viet Cong, like that's popular. That's us interpreting that Lucas said that the Viet Cong was the inspiration for the Rebel Alliance. Like I hear people say that. Like the only thing he's ever said is that he was inspired by the Viet Cong for the Ewoks. And so his viewpoint of that is incredibly, you know, this is like Full Metal Jacket kind of racism kind of stuff, like very oversimplification, reduced to just sort of like this superficial element, like that maybe he read in the New York Times or something, or saw on CNN that it's like they have guerrilla fighters. So then Lucas is like, oh, this is cool. Like this is the way that the people that I work with literally think. Like they don't do the deep research. They're it's very superficial, and it really is coming from the way that they would interpret it with just that limited input that they have. And so that's why it's not that it's okay, but their racism to me is the same reason why like sexism is so problematic in our industry. There are like predators, there are like very scary sexual predators that you have to be afraid of and guard from, but there is like pretty much like, even if you're not one of those like, you know, predators per se, the sexism is there because they have no concept of how to be like, to consider women outside of an objectified space, because they see that in video games, and this is literally, they are self-contained. And so that's why like it's relevant to think of like, to look at a lot of these people and like, where did they grow up? Like it's a big like nepotism industry, right? It's a lot of their friends, a lot of them grew up in the same spaces, went to the same universities, and there are people that get in. Like I would like to think, and I don't mean like, I don't want to like center myself. I'd like to think that I got in on a little bit more meritocracy than some of these other people, but there's some of us that can permeate because we are able to offer something of value to make them look good, not because we're going to be celebrated as artists. It's like how they need some people to help carry the weight that they're not carrying, that they will take credit for. But that is literally how a lot of them think, and that's across like film, like, and I'm one of the few I guess people that work on the artist side. I'm probably one of the few people that's really worked across like feature animation, VFX, blockbusters, and like gaming. But regardless of which space I'm in terms of how we're conceiving these worlds and creating these stories and narratives and understanding like racism or like the world, it's the critical thinking is not present. Like there are exceptions. I don't want to flatten it out, but for the most part, it's exceptions. It's not the reality of the culture. So yeah, so sorry, I kind of went on a big thing, but I think that I do think like that it does come from just inherited, like just not like, I don't know if I'm letting them off the hook a little bit too easily too, but I just think there's a lot of just that inherited logic that gets reinforced by everyone around you. So you're like, yep, that makes sense. That's how it works. And you sell it to audiences.
Yeah, no, I think that's right on. And I'm sure, Samantha, that you know, there have to be some competent people within these fields in order to get shit made. But I mean, I think that's true in a lot of different workplaces and industries, what you're describing in terms of, you know, a lot of incompetent, usually white men that are skating by also off of the labor of others too. So one thing, I mean, just on a personal note, I'm always mad when Boba Fett dies and falls into the Sarlacc. Like that's you know, Mtume, you talked about in Rocky 3 how you have to turn it off after Apollo. What is it? It's after no
after Clubber loses, the movie.
Yeah,
I was just thinking of you.
It doesn't make it's just not a movie no more.
It's kind of how I feel about Boba Fett.
This with Boba Fett, like he's so disrespected.
Yeah, you just turn it off at that point. It's over, you know.
He also is like the most. Other than look cool, I don't know a cool thing that Boba Fett actually does.
Was Boba Fett cool? Just because I know we brought this up the last time, and I feel that the Boba Fett like phenomenon needs a little bit of interrogation. But like, was it because of Empire that Boba Fett was cool? Because in Jedi, there's nothing cool about Boba Fett. Like he even dies.
He's clumsy.
It's like a gag. It's a comical gag when Harrison Ford is like, "Where's Boba Fett?" and he's blind and he accidentally knocks this elite bounty hunter off. Yeah, it's just so humiliating. Like there's nothing, and even when he tries to fight Luke, it's so pathetic. Like, and so I can't imagine that the fandom came from this. But I feel like this is your area, Jared, that you.
No, so I don't really. This was part of why I watched this little like Boba Fett mini doc or whatever, because I was actually kind of trying to understand it a little bit. I mean, I definitely always thought he was cool, and I have like this is like one of the Boba Fett. This was on the re-release, his ship here. But yeah, I think him capturing Han, although he doesn't really, like, that's Vader who does that, but like him taking Han in the carbonite, right, and being responsible for this. I think also maybe a little bit of the fact that because he's a bounty hunter, right? He's somewhat outside of like the Manichaeanism of the Star Wars world, right? Where you have like everybody's Rebel Alliance or Empire, right? And Boba is a self-interested.
Is it?
Yeah, go ahead.
Is it a little ninja like?
Yeah.
Does
No,
Boba Fett have a little ninja in him?
So there's all like part of the stuff that they talk about for sure, ninja, but like, so interestingly, he had spurs, which I never realized watching it. But like when you watch in Empire, when he walks, there's actually the sound like he's wearing cowboy spurs, right? And so like, so they're kind of like cowboy, knight. These are sort of the things that they're thinking about in some ways. And then the mystery, right? Because he only has like 4 or 5 lines throughout all of it. There's no backstory. Nobody knows where he comes from, but yet he has a name, right? He has this cool costume that nobody else, has in the trilogy, right? And then obviously it becomes a big thing. I mean, I think part of building the lore, becomes Clone Wars, it becomes the first trilogy, because then you bring in Jango Fett, who's his father. There's a whole build up over all of the stuff around him. But interestingly, which I didn't know, and I have never seen this, it would be interesting to go back and watch it, is that when they did the Christmas special, which I think was in 78, so like the year after they do the first one, they get a Christmas special. He's in it. He's put in it. And nobody like knew who he was. So that I think actually is the origin point of creating this allure. And that's when they did the toy that you had to send in the 4. So I think it was always just
Okay, this
it was
makes
more
more sense to me because I didn't live in the States, and I feel that these are things that you would be more likely to know growing up in the States, which makes sense why like so many people that like
I don't even think I knew that stuff though. Like I think it was
Okay.
older people who were like, Boba Fett's cool. Like it just became a thing among like older people. And then you were like, I mean, I can't explain it, but I'm sure
He
there's
dropped
folks in
in
chat.
rap lyrics. Like, there's a whole video with like Method Man from Wu, like geeking out about Boba Fett being the greatest character in history.
It's like,
And I'm like, it's the weirdest geek out I've ever seen in my
but
life.
this is what these worlds lend themselves to. Like, I think that's, something that I find like when I, when you read like settler colonial theory, like what Patrick Wolf was writing about to describe the site, like how the settlers think, like these kind of fabric, like, and this is, I mean, and that's, I like, this is like a whole probably like tangent conversation, but as someone that has worked on films that are predominantly about like world building, or like just like, when I didn't work on these films, but like the Avatar series and stuff like this, these kind of like very weird, like they're made the way that settler states re-identify themselves, this weird like amalgamation of appropriating indigenous culture to create something unique but that's still related to the metropole and still like retains its westernism. It's made the same way, and this kind of way of thinking, like you can see how people in states, like settler state projects like Canada, like Australia, like the US, like Israel, they self-perpetuate, like that you just need to start creating a world and it takes off on a life of its own. And that's why, like, and I remember talking about this when I was doing my Andor conversations, you know, when people will push back and say, oh, but in the comic books it did this, or things are being true to canon. But these worlds are created in ways that people can take those narratives and self-perpetuate, just like how Boba Fett can eventually get tied into the Clone Wars that was mentioned in episode 4 by being the descendant of a clone and like doing this. And then it all weaves together into this narrative that's not real. And it's just the same way that settler colonies are built. And so I also just think that, you know, these kind of films, like, sorry, this is again, like very theoretical on my side, but when I think about these things, I also just think like the reception of them, like that there is something that needs to be interrogated in the psychology of people that have been severed from their histories, that are in settler colony states, that like gravitate towards these films, that feel re-identified by these films. And I think that that's part of the that is like a deliberate reason that these films are also made. Sorry, I'm rambling a bit, but
No, I think this is like, because I think you could even tie it into like Luke and then like even like the Emperor. Because I started thinking about the Jedi stuff, because like even how Luke looks, right? And then you like, so he's like in like the all black right now, and this idea of being the elevated master of ancient arts, right? So like he gets this opportunity to become like this hybrid, which is kind of similar like to Rambo, if you think about it too, right? He has because he is white, right? He's European. Not said in that, but for us, he reads European. He's able to kind of use these things, right? But then the Emperor is interesting to me, right? Because he also represents this like how they have to like view like what fascism is or something like that. And fascism to them is like a hooded, decrepit old thing that like has lightning from its fingers, right? And they have to completely metaphysicalize the entire thing, right? And it's like, these are like your reasonings, right? Because the other elements of it, and I say this both with Leia being able to strangle Jabba and also Luke being able to beat them, it's also this idea of like, it's like this like fetishizing of being able to kind of live in those worlds and then also defeat them, right? Like that's the way that thing is shot, where she is strangling Jabba, is so sexualized. I mean, like,
oh my gosh, that
like,
is like
the
the
length,
most disturbing.
the length of the chain and like the way the
Yeah.
shot is, and she's pulling it. I'm like, God, I'm like, yo.
Sorry, not to tangent from like world building, settler colonialism to that, but just to focus on that for a second, like that whole thing, like on top of her clothing, but something that was also just interesting, like this, like one thing that I will say to this, you know how in Empire, it was very obvious that they would just cue in the music that you were primed to, like when you had to feel like the power of Luke's ancestry. It's like that music of him looking at the, you know, from episode 1, looking on the horizon with the sunset kind of thing, that wafts in, you know, the Ben Kenobi legacy Skywalker little piece of music. And I found like sound editing was either very obvious and clumsy or deliberate, both, whatever. But like that whole sequence that happens, like, so not only is it just really sexualized with just like the grossness, but there was some really unique decisions that they made in that are not present in any of the other films at all, let alone in the rest of this film. Like one thing that they did is that, like, well, there was the weird thing where she smashes the lights, like for no reason, because she doesn't break her free, but she turns off the lights. And it becomes like, you know, like in those romantic movies where everybody disappears in the background, but just the man and the woman are there dancing alone and the whole ballroom is empty. It was like that kind of thing. She turns off the lights and everybody else fades into the background except her and Jabba. And then with all the fighting going on outside, like Luke is like climbing on the side of the thing or whatever. There are no audible sounds of like grunting or effort, except when we go to Leia, that they amplify those sounds. So there's a lot of like these, like, you know, just effort induced moaning, grunting sounds that are amplified, the only ones, no matter how much effort and exercise is going on with everybody else, there's no other grunts. There's that scream with the guy falling off the ledge, but for the most part, there's none of these effort sounds. So it's unique to Leia, and they're played very loud by comparison to even when you hear other sounds in the film, like when you do hear like those effects later in other instances. And then there was also the camera work, because often in, like, especially in the Star Wars films, you're never in the lens is never taken into the receiver. Like, it's always the perpetrator gaze, right? And that's a lot, like, even just, we see that with the shooting, like the video game looking kind of sequences, but it's always a voyeurship lens. And in that moment when she's killing them, it's almost like you're seeing, like, it culminates in, like, I guess whatever would be that orgasm or whatever it was, that when she's strangling him, the cameras are from, like, points of view as if they were in bed together and, like, looking at each other. And it's the only time that they use those cameras in the entire trilogy. So, like, there was so much, like, aside from just actually what was happening on set, like, just the whole play out of that thing, all of the aesthetic and visual tools were, like, very disturbing. Like, just, that is such a disturbing sequence, like, so much wrong. Like, yeah.
There's definitely a POV shot of her strangling Jabba that is from Jabba's POV. And that's totally like a BDSM,
and Jabba's from her POV.
Fantasy type of, and it's like I'm like y'all are so weird, dude.
Yeah, and it's such a weird, like, I felt like that was also where I was like, I don't know how else to describe it. Like, I've been in the room with some of these people. I'm like, it makes sense if you know them. Like, it's like, it's a weird thing to analyze as well, because, when, like, you see, and we talked about that before in Empire, like, this thing of, like, the only woman in the space. And then I think about things like, just like how in Birth of a Nation, or these films that are, like, sort of fashioned after that type of, psychology of, like, the racialized, like the non-white male as being like this, like, sexual predator that could violate our women or something, that this trope, like, that's just constantly reused. But so there, like, it's weird to watch that too, because it's like this weird thing where Leia represents this white woman that they're competing over, and yet they love, like, it's like that woman, like, or just, that this came out recently with these websites, like, that on the news they're not like it's new, but just this kind of culture of, like, all these men exploiting their wives or sharing their wives, or, like, so it's like a combination. Like, I feel like watching that, like, I couldn't make sense of it as much when I was younger, but I viscerally felt, and that was always my issue, and I don't know if it's also because my father never let us watch films, but I struggled anytime that I saw one of these American films from that period that were more based in, like, our reality, like, not fantasy, but they're always, like, this disturbing, like, there's a sense of, like, being raped or something. Like, it was just very like, there's just so much really like, very disturbing sexuality that's happening in this period. And I felt like like, there was just always something that just sat weird with me. And now I'm able to look at it and understand, or, like, that now that I've been in the industry and I've worked, like, but even as a child, like, it's just something very violating and weird. And so and that's why, going back to what we were talking about before, like, I don't even know if Carrie Fisher, like, analyzed it that much. Like, it seems like, because I, like, her interviews, again, to quote interviews, like, even though I said we have to be critical of them, she did say that was, like, her redemption, getting to strangle Jabba. But I almost felt like that was more sexually violating than wearing the bikini. Like,
but Samantha, what I will say though is, if you code Jabba though as the Arabian white woman gets to kill the rapist Arabian dude. And I think that's where her brain is going. I think she's totally going that. She's like, yeah, these women can't liberate it, but I'm the tough white chick.
And she is a Zionist too. She is like, so like, I guess
there you go. So there you go. So she's like, I get to do it
too.
Yeah, she does it before Liam Neeson can do it, in the Taken movies, right? I can take him out, right? I'll get to strangle him, right? I mean, because it feels like that. I was like, oh man, I'm watching it like this is really disgusting.
It's really weird. Yeah, it's just a really like and it's not and that's why like I mean, not obviously like not in this space, but when I'm talking with other people and people will say things like, well, you're just interpreting it that way and other people could interpret it like that. But even if like the decisions were there, like, I'm like, well, then why did the sound editor do this? Why did the camera person do this? Like these things are like, these things are not up for interpretation. It's just a very like that whole first 40, and I don't want to like there's still more to say about like this whole bit before we move on to the next location, but like that bit was just, the whole thing was weird, and just starting it with her turning off the lights and everything, like just all of it was just very weird.
Yeah, for sure. A lot of good comments in the chat too. I mean, just like also, colonialism is rape culture, and we internalized a lot of rapey shit as kids, and a lot of it in the 80s in general. Yeah, no, I mean, I think so. So other things you want to touch on in this sequence, like up between, I mean, one thing is about the Sarlacc. I mean, as they're describing it to it, they're like, oh, that might not be so bad, right? And then they're like, you will be like devoured and you will be tortured. I forget the exact thing, but it's like for thousands of years, right? And so it's like, it's also just just to add another layer, right, of the kind of, I think, Orientalist framing of all of this. Mm-hmm. It's like this idea of this Oriental, rapist, slaver, torturer, right? And like basically all of this is just to render him and everybody close to him killable. Like that, I think that's ultimately kind of the thing. And so yeah, you root for Princess Leia because why would you not? He's disgusting, right? But the point is that they just set so much up too that the audience is then rooting for those outcomes and fine when the barge explodes with all of them on it and all of that stuff,
Yeah. And I think, sorry, and I wanted to say that when you said like, like his name and this weird, like, cause it's just like what they do, when James Cameron talks about Avatar and he's like proud of it. He's like, we just like randomly grabbed different indigenous culture ideas and made this concept of, and what you were saying, Jared, like that's exactly what they do in Avatar too, right? The white Western guy comes and he's the chosen one and he takes over ruling all of these, people. But I felt like it was the same thing. It's like they basically just took like all of West Asia and North Africa and made this kind of blur of random things together and just made all of that the targeted, like, everything is wrong with this, like anything associated with this, and how they try to frame that. And it's like I just think of those James Cameron interviews where he's like proud of like this way that they created this culture, and I'm just thinking like they're like probably just sitting there like they checked all the boxes, feeling really good about themselves that they just got the whole area obfuscated into this concept.
Yeah, and then we didn't even talk about this, so we don't need to, but like there's also the dungeon pit with the Rancor in it, right? And like, then Luke has to beat that, but and the Twi'lek is sent down there first and all of that stuff, so
that's
anyway.
That's totally Sinbad shit.
Yeah, and Luke uses his brains to like out, like, it's like he's got brains and skills and like all those great Western things that nobody else in the world has.
And I could do backflips with a sword that glows.
Okay,
right?
I have one rant to make, like on top of the embarrassing way that that Boba Fett was handled. But you know, like when Luke does his little like springs off the diving board and R2, like, is it just me? This is not critical. This is just me being ridiculous. But I felt like, you know, like we're watching that lightsaber like fly through the air, and like after Luke lands, I guess because I think in musicality, like I think choreography off like a lot. And so once he lands, we watch the lightsaber coast through the air for a couple seconds. Like Luke would have landed and have been standing there for like a few seconds waiting to catch that lightsaber. I'm like, why did nobody kill him before then? Like the whole thing. Did anybody else notice that? Because that was always very weird to me.
No, but like, no, but I have the issue with Star Wars in general. Like, there's a lot of just like keystone copying, right? Like no one can like hit the stormtroopers. Always like it literally is 2 seconds away from being like a really bad comedy, right? If it wasn't for the like the big John Williams music,
right? Like he flips, he lands, and then he's like this, and then we're watching this like, and then someone could have pushed him off again.
We're gonna have to do Spaceballs.
Like the timing, the beats on it,
and that's why I love Spaceballs. Oh man, yeah. I'm with you, Samantha. I'm always kind of like, come on, dude, you could have just smacked the dude. He'd been gone.
Like, but I did, like, I'm not gonna lie, like there was a period in my life when I was like, I want to be a Jedi, you know, like I did all my martial arts and like all these kind of things, but it's just like watching it, it's just so awkward.
Yeah, well, it's also like, I mean, just the lightsaber itself too, the idea that this like laser sword is like the greatest weapon in the world. It's like, shoot that man.
Well, you know, and that was the other thing too, like, you know, and again, it just like, it comes back to that, like, it is that kind of weird thing where like, they're both just very clearly the bad guys, like both sides, like, you know, like even Luke, like his ultimatum, like, you know, talking about all these people on the ship that could also be employees or other captured people or whatever. Luke is just like, this is your last chance, Jabba, like surrender or die. Like those are the only options. There's no like it has to be that we kill him. There's no just like, we could just escape and let him get on with his life of whatever, you know. It's like they have to blow it up. Like Luke tells Leia, like point the gun at the thing, and when Luke is there swinging at all these people, he's just like hacking away with a laser sword that's dangerous already. Like you don't even need fencing skills because the sword, like everyone would want to stay clear of that, you know, and he's just there like hacking. And yeah, I mean, I think they definitely got, you know, that's like to this sort of perpetuating narratives thing, like definitely the universe got more sophisticated and more refined and more developed over time in its believability. But yeah, like just some of that, like that whole sequence is just so nonsensical.
It's also a whole series of toys and Legos, and I mean, this is the thing about these movies too, is like, I you know, I don't know how conscious or I mean, maybe it was like very planned of like, we're gonna do this, and this, and we're gonna make these toys and these toys and these toys. But yeah, I mean, it created within a universe, right? If you think about Star Wars, especially if you think about the first one and the second one, it's like, okay, Hoth gives you like, you know, a little bit of a different you know, scene, and people can have different outfits, right? But like here, you in this one, especially with this, and then later when you get to Endor, right? There's a real intentionality, I think, about creating worlds that then, you know, you can create play sets basically about, right? I mean, like the whole idea, like some of the versions of the Jabba Palace will have like a trap door kind of thing, you know, like there's all this kind of stuff, right? Anyway, I'll stop. Let's move on.
So should we go to the next part, I guess, would be with Yoda. I don't know if we do want to touch anything about him catching up with Yoda.
Well, we could just say quickly, so, you know, the Emperor does arrive at Death Star 2.
That's before that. That's before that, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, but he just tells him like he just tells him you know,
and they have the
basic.
communist red guards. They've got the red. They've
Yes.
got the red coming in with him, so that's probably noteworthy.
The communism
Those-
and fascism are the same thing.
Yeah,
Also with like the old communism, fascism, and then like the empress, like some old, I don't know, like pre-Vatican.
Like maybe
vibe.
this is
I don't
something
know.
we'll talk about later, because it's later when we're really seeing like how creepy and old he is. But I was also thinking like because I was one of those people, and probably I'd have to rewatch it, but I think that probably the animated Clone Wars is probably the most believable like of all of the I was one of those people that was like, forget the prequels, just watch the animated Clone Wars series and stay true to the canon kind of thing. But like, you know, like in the Clone Wars, they had that the animated one, they did a battle between Darth Sidious and Yoda. And I was thinking about it, you know, just like in reflecting over all of this too and stuff. And, you know, it's just like looking at, especially with American empire, and I'm sure most empires, but, you know, this kind of thing that we're dealing with these technocrats, or like having people like Joe Biden and Trump and all of these like people that just refuse to die, that are disconnected from how people are living. And even Yoda represents that, you know, like both of them, like both sides, like that's like, when you really look at this, it's like we just assume that the Jedi, like it's all set up that the American empire is the good guys, the rebels, the Jedi, like all of this is like a good thing, but they're both of them are running off of Messiah figures. You know, like Luke, like, you know, we talked about this in Empire, but Luke being the chosen one for the light side of the Force or whatever. And they're both, but like, other than Luke, like, you know, Yoda is like the Jedi master of all masters, right? And so you've just got these two old decrepit guys that are shown to be all powerful. And I guess the metaphor of it is that they are, because they control like the whole world. They don't have to have like in this universe, they have the best Jedi powers, but in our universe, you've got like Biden and Trump bombing and killing as many people as they want. And so it's just that it's kind of like like they're doing it on both sides. Like, and it's just that Yoda's cute and wise, you know, or something like,
and kind of gremlin mogwai Asian, like, right?
Yeah.
Like, it's, I mean, no, I'm totally with you. I totally agree. I think this is like, where I began to like check out of these things largely, because the whole conceptualization of everything is that there are a good and evil, right? And then there's also these people like the Jedi have this like role, and anyone's like the dark side in the Force, right? They're like these monk people who kind of live at a higher level, so they're judged at a different kind of like thing. I remember like I played one of the old Star Wars video games. I think it was like Knights of the Old Republic, and there's this part in the game I remember where they do the whole version of the like, do you teach them how to like feed themselves type of thing. And it's so fucked up. When I remember it, I was like, no, dude, you basically are like saying that like exploitive systems, right, are just natural, and that a Jedi needs to kind of be above it, right? And just kind of, you'll liberate people when the time comes of prophecy. And I'm like, oh, this is really disgusting, right? So this whole idea, because like if you like when you watch the entire film, right, the whole thing is like built on this like big kind of war, but like the idea that Luke has to complete some quest, really, and like that's like directly tied to literally entire galaxy, like part of a galaxy's entire like
like the future
balance,
of all
like, is like, so you got all these planets, right? And then there's one fucking little family, and a
Yeah.
dude, and like that gets to equate in like the power balance of the universe. And I'm like, oh, this is terrible.
And they prime and reinforce that again through this film, like because that conversation with Yoda when he goes back to see him, it is that sort of like, you know, like telling him that there's another, right, that he's got this sister, so there's also just like a backup like legacy person or something. And I think also the way that there's sort of written language that, you know, just like the impossibility of being able to contend with the dark side, which also then elevates Luke because he's the one that did it. He could find the way to, like, even if the dark side came into him through his hate or like anger, he could still transcend it, which was like that's like beyond, like, you know, like Yoda with all his age and wisdom is like nobody can transcend it, so you have to stay away from, like, you know, like I think Yoda says that, like, once you go down that path, or Ben says it or something in that scene, because he goes from, like, Yoda dies and then he has that chat with Ben, you know, after. And like this whole thing of like, once, like, because like Anakin, as soon as he went down that path, he was lost forever, right? And so it's also like all of that is also setting up psychologically like how amazing Luke is afterwards, because he's the only one that can, you know, transcend all that and stuff. Or his and like I guess Anakin in the end also, because he gets, you know, redeemed. But this special Skywalker family, you know, and they do that. And sorry, I don't want to jump ahead, but even that bit of cutting, like we'll talk more about it as we get to that point, but that ending bit where they're cutting between all the aspects of this war, in theory, like the people on the ground, the people at the blockade, or in the, you know, in space that have to destroy Death Star 2 or whatever. All of it is meaningless because you sit there in the room with Luke and the Emperor, and the Emperor's like, see, I'm just playing all of them. And it comes down to what Luke does in the end, you know, like it's all like regardless. So they just constantly diffuse, like, yeah. And Star Wars recalibrates itself, like all of these. I think that's the one thing, sorry, I know I'm jumping around, but that's why I think like Star Wars needs to be looked at as a whole, because it's like a settler colony. It has an amazing way of recalibrating itself. So all of these contradictions that we're seeing in these early films, they get presented through storylines that tie the story and the canon together, like as if this was one succinct story, and then provides the narratives to explain and dispel the contradictions as people start to notice them, you know, because even what we're saying about the Jedi, Clone Wars, I still think, like, if I were just being a full-on uncritical Star Wars geek, I'm still very loyal to the Clone Wars. I think Clone Wars animated series is probably some of the best Star Wars storytelling. But they do that in the Clone Wars because they have a Jedi that's kind of like a Killmonger, that a Jedi that ends up, you know, because like turns out like betrays them. But their reasons are that they say in the Senate that the Jedi have lost their way, that we're no different than the Sith. So Star Wars is great for like this whole universe has constantly recalibrated its contradictions to represent them to the audience and then dispel them for you and tell you like, no, we like, this is how it makes sense. So I think, sorry, like that's more for future Star Wars stuff, but I think like all, like, you know, that all this stuff, like it's all the same psychology. It's the same psychology of Yoda setting up Luke in this way, and then like just constantly, you know, and that's why like I noticed those things too, like Darth Vader suddenly becoming more human at like when we're first introduced to him in this film, that they're building it in the audience, that even though you think you know who Darth Vader it is, they're building those feelings in you that you want to empathize with him in the end, you know, like that you're ready to do that. And so like all of this, I think Star Wars has just always been, that's sort of the blueprint that's consistent no matter how it progresses or the universe expands and all these things. It's still coming from that kind of settler colonial strategy of how to get people, you know, onboarded and stuff.
Yeah, no, appreciate it. I mean, and it's funny too because I remember reading some of the books in the 90s, right? And I'm sure there's people who have, but like, they're before the prequels and even and obviously before the sequel series, there were books that were written that would then elaborate what happens after,
Oh yeah,
right?
like
So
the
that then when
twins, right? Like the
right. Yeah.
sorry.
And so like the idea of Luke and Leia both being like senseis basically of like Jedi academies and this sort of stuff, and then yeah, you get the twins, and there's yeah, so I mean it's relevant to some extent because this conversation with Yoda is when he introduces to Luke for the first time, you have a sister, right? And so it's sort of like it's an interesting thing because it's sort of like, well, all hope is sort of not lost if you die, kind of thing. Like, maybe there's another one that can help out.
Well, they say it. There's another in Empire.
Right.
There is another.
Yeah, and so anyway, you get the introduction that Leia is his sister finally, which of course is so weird too, right? Like because like clearly their love interests in the first one and in the second one they kiss, right? Even though there's like the kind of triangle between them and Han, right? But it's just so again, like what
This is where
I
bro
think about you.
culture
Yeah, I think
resolves
about you
itself.
talking about this. Yes.
Like, because there's also this thing where like it's like I don't know, because I guess I'm just gonna like in my industry, the only women that are protected like are women that are partners of men in the industry. So like no one will sexually harass you, but it's not because people respect women. It's just because it's like we don't want to disrespect my bro's property or something. And I feel like that was what they set up with this, that it was like when Han is relieved that Leia doesn't have a say in who she's going to choose as a partner. Han is relieved that he's not stealing Luke's property, that he's not disrupting his like weird bestie father caring older brother whatever thing they have going on. That's like how I read that relief, is that he doesn't want, like it's not about like, because if it's about what Leia chooses, then everyone just has to live with who if she wants to be with someone, who she wants to be with. And so I know that's later on and stuff, but that whole dynamic, it's like, it just seems like a really easy solution to resolve it so that the men aren't upset with each other or something too, like I see it more like that.
I think it's a great point. Yeah, I think it's a simple resolution to the kind of love triangle issue that you have in those first two. It's just like, okay, well, we'll just resolve this by taking Luke out of the equation because it's his sister.
Yeah. Yeah.
But then it always has like that weird. I always thought my sister was cute if she wasn't my sister type thing. It's just exactly the only face you can make is like it's the only thing you can do with that type of weird shit.
I mean, honestly though, like I feel like because there's so much of the mythology, and I was susceptible to this, like, and you saying that today, Jared, that like it wasn't episode 4 in the original. And that's actually interesting that you say that, because I remember, because when I was doing the Andor stuff with Jared Ball, because he's not a big hardcore, or like that's what he's saying, he's not really into Star Wars. So when I started saying things like episode 4, episode 5, we had to clarify that I wasn't talking about Andor, like blah blah blah. And he's like, oh well, for me episode 1 was Star Wars. And in my mind, even at the time, I was like, no, it's because he's not a fan, that he doesn't know that it was called episode 4. But like, I didn't realize that was the first thing. And so all of this to say is that there has been, I think, a lot of like mythology behind the scenes as to how ingenious this whole thing was, because that was, you know, like I was saying, like for me, learning about, like, especially because, you know, we really studied episode 4 a lot, and we still reference it in the industry as sort of a standard, you know, or a bar. And so a lot of that behind the scenes mythology is also just this fascinating conception of the story, with the, like, that it's so well designed, like that they thought of this story, but they had the prequels and it's all this stuff. And then you realize, no, it's all tied in later and sort of just recalibrated and everything. But it's just amazing. Sorry. It's just amazing to me that, like, cause there has been, just in the behind the scenes of it, a mythology of how incredibly well crafted this was. And I think that's also something that even today for me, that I'm realizing, even the behind the scenes thing, I'm just like, no, it's like, it's been a process. It's been a constantly improved upon process to get Star Wars to where we understand it today.
Yeah, and just quickly on that point, like, so this is correct. Like in some, you know, Legends was one of the book series or whatever. There was Jason, Jaina, and Anakin were the 3 solo children. And this is part of what I mean, because I grew up the same way, Samantha, of like, oh, George Lucas is a genius. Like he thought of all of this, you know,
Like the
and it's
Elon
like,
Musk of his time.
it's like, no, like people get like the rights to this stuff and then they write something. But that's the point I'm making, is that like what they planned in succession of the first 3 in the 90s is not what you actually get in the sequel trilogy. Like there's elements of it that are pulled in so that like you can kind of tie the movies together. But in the books, they were doing something different with that future too, right? And so this is also, you know, and I mean, comic books work this way too, right? Like anybody who reads comics, I mean, and there's Star Wars comics also, but like, you know, it's like you create these universes, but like new authors come in and then they create a new kind of brand around it. And then they're like, okay, you can write this. And the story actually shifts. And now, you know, then Marvel's like, oh, we're geniuses. It's a cinematic universe, right? And you can have different timelines and universes in which there's a good this and a bad this and a this, you know, and so it's like,
It's
there are
exactly
ways
like, yeah.
to
Sorry.
make it all tie in, but at the same time, that's really just BS. Like any writer can sort of take these stories and they could write out like a chapter. And if they study enough of the basics of the system, then they're like, okay, well, I'm going to pull in somebody who's going to be a daughter to this person and we'll do it this way, you know, and it's not,
It's
there's
like
no genius
Israel.
behind it all.
It's Israel
Yeah.
mythology. You know, it's
I've also
same.
wanted. Yeah, it's the same thing with like. I mean, now they use the word the metaverse constantly in writing, right? And like I always say, like this is like, to me, the metaverse is just capital accumulation, right? Like basically, they're basically like, look, we want this thing to extend forever. Or there was that shitty. Remember when J.J. Abrams did his whole magic box TED talk, where he literally admitted that you basically have a magic box that basically you just pull anything you want out. You should really have no center to your story. You should basically have a story. Yeah, he admits this. It's in a TED talk that that your story shouldn't really have an ending, and you should always just be able to keep it so like malleable that you can pull anything out whenever you basically need it to and that'll protect you from industry changes, narrative things. So if something is seen sexist, you can then change it and say it's not sexist anymore. We can do this. If you know, I mean, he didn't say that, but that's part of what he's thinking, right?
And
that's what his brain is thinking.
That's sort of, sorry, like it makes, because like I think that's the thing that, like, you know, coming from having been well schooled in the McKee storytelling kind of method, having like you know, which is like so problematic on so many levels, but one thing about it is about the craft of at least like creating like not this like soap opera kind of like that there can always be like someone came back from the dead and it makes sense or like whatever, like having a closed, I think like that's the thing that permeated a lot of my aspirations or education in the industry, was respecting this kind of like the crafting of something. And I feel like that does make sense because, you know, before I was, I guess, anti-imperial critical in the way that I'm able to understand it now, these things always bothered me, like but I sort of framed it in a like poor use of the craft, you know, like that J.J. Abrams, like, you know, like he just became the sci-fi guy, and he's, you know, just that person that can readapt it to sell it to a new audience. And but to what you're saying, like, yeah, I feel like I didn't see that speech, but I'm like, yeah, that makes sense with JJ. Like,
yeah,
I feel like
yeah, I mean,
that's his thing, and that's what it is now. Like that's what it's always aspired. I think that's always what it's aspired to be. Like it's never really been like, we as artists in the industry too are sort of propagandized into believing in this craft so that we also fulfill the roles that it needs from us and stuff. But yeah, it's like, and that's why, you know, when I started really reading about settler colonialism and everything, it's like, you know, even the languages, right? Like if we just, before we go, like, you know, just even, I forget the name of the language that Leia's character speaks, but they were trying to just do we're trying to use Quechua and just play it backwards, or they take,
right,
you know, certain things. And that's why, you know, I think that these are good, like as fun as it is to geek out about Star Wars and everything, I think that these are really good lessons to look at the reality of what, like, just to come back to settler colonialism, like to look at the reality of like how far you can go with something that isn't real. Because like if, I mean, and Canada is the same, but you know, when you look at Israel, it's like the reinvention of modern Hebrew. It's the same way they create these languages in Star Wars. They do take, linguists will take from something that's real, just like what they did with Hebrew. They took what they had of old Hebrew, of ancient Hebrew, and then they had a German Russian linguist fill it in with other Semitic languages, and that's why it sounds Russian and German, and they sort of remade it, and they built a world that's tied into certain mythologies that people can identify, and they keep recalibrating it and weaving it, and it becomes a life of its own, to the point that now you have a population that believes in, like, because it's not just like they were told it the way that, you know, people in, like, at least people that didn't know about this have only recently discovered since Al-Aqsa flood. If you were one of those people and you're just being told this right now, you're just like, whoa, how did they believe all of that? But we are talking about people that live this world the way that people write things on the Wikipedia, the Wikipedia fandom site, and like all of these ties that devote themselves to like studying the, like, you know, now at this point, Jedi training even has like, what is it? Like the different types of like ways of like, you know, that form 3 is deflecting blasters. And they're like, you can see form 3 because that's what Ben was training Luke, and that Jedi did it with visors. So now there's like a whole thing on like how Jedi train. And this is where it fascinates me with settler colonies, because these stories are given to audiences that are already susceptible and primed. They won't think these things because they're primed. And you look at places like Australia that formally recognize the Force as a religion or something. You know, it's not a coincidence that this happens in a settler colony. Like, it's, you know, as funny as it is or whatever, but it's like these histories, like, and you see it, like when you look at the fan bases, it doesn't, like, Western culture is everywhere, and you see, like, you know, obviously like Star Wars is also huge in Japan, but it's white settlers that love and like immerse themselves in the histories of these worlds more than they even understand or know anything about their own, you know, history. They know the history of the worlds to this extent, like, too. And that's, you know, that's also where I just feel like for those of us that like love these things or are drawn to it, we have to fight that too. We have to go back to learning about our own history and loving our, like, the real world and our own history and our own stories and rebellions that are actually rooted in like realities, like not just like the aesthetics of like primitive Ewoks throwing sticks and using guerrilla warfare, but the realities of what the society, like, you know, because that's a patronizing view of Vietnam, but the realities of like, who are the people and what were the conditions that created these rebellions and resistances, and what are their stories, and their, like, that's not the, like, nobody that's into Star Wars that's writing articles on Wikipedia to make sure that they got the Star Wars history right is learning those histories. And I think that's, you know, part of like what we have to become conscious of, that these films are also filling a void that you have been severed from your history. And like, sorry, I know I'm sorry, I go a little bit of a rant, but like, I think,
I mean,
no, that's, yeah.
No, I think it's a great point, because like when you get on the planet of, I was thinking when you get on Endor, right? So when you get on Endor with like, and like they're all in these safari suits, right? And I'm like, oh man, this is like out of Africa, right? You know what I'm saying, right? Like it's just like Luke, and now they got the safari outfit, and now they can do the speed safari inside, right? And like it's like, oh, this is like on the safari trail. The white people are on the safari trail having
and
a
now
little,
that you
like,
say that too, it's also like the mostly unpopulated planet. It's like the Tarzan universe of Africa,
right,
like, you know, like
right.
this kind of like big space that nobody lives in it. There's no countries. It's just a continent of space for safaris.
Yes. Yeah. So you see that, right? And you're like, oh, you get this kind of a, you know, thing. And I remember when I was a kid, that probably was like one of my favorite parts of the movie, like watching them kind of like duel on the stuff and like being able to kick off and all that type of stuff was really exciting. But then to your point, when they meet the Ewoks, right? And they see the Ewoks, and it's this primitivism thing that the West is just so obsessed with doing. Like, I mean, do a lot of things, but two things always really stand out to me. A, kind of what I said before, is like these people locked in time that have they just are just like these locked in time people, and they do these things. But then also what they see as like representing like a good version of them. And that's to your point, Samantha, right? Like this colonial mind sees this as a good representation, right? Like the fact that he saw the Ewoks as like a Vietnamese metaphor. I'm like, this is what you think about the Vietnamese revolutionaries? This is how you interpret this? You are about as demented an individual. You know what? I don't think the Vietnamese Revolution wants that credit. They're good, George. They don't need that kind of endorsement, right? You know, glad you're thinking you're giving them a shout out, but that is the most backhandedly fucked up compliment you could ever give an entire movement of people with long history.
And it's like that you know, it's like what, you know, Fanon says about like the mother kind of thing. It's like it's also like this view of the, like, reducing them to these like childlike teddy bears that it's just so condescending. And that's also like, you know, just coming back to the way that we perpetuate these mythologies. Like I hear a lot of people talking about, like, and I even remember when I first heard that, I was like, oh, that's cool. Like, but the mythology is also, I know I said this before, the mythology, and that a lot of people that use Star Wars as a revolutionary metaphor is that, well, it's like they associate that the rebellion was the Viet Cong, and it wasn't. Like Lucas was not modeling the rebel, like, you know, like because that makes it seem more empowering. Like that's how I hear people talk about it, is I hear people like on social media saying like, oh, like the rebels were modeled after the Viet Cong, and it's like, no, it was the Ewoks, and they were just seen, and it was like a funny, it's almost like a comical way that they use the environment to outsmart these imperial machines. But it's like, it almost just makes sense because it's more out of like the imperialist bumbling around in a forest that they like. Why would you have these, like, that was the other thing, like those speeders, that like, why would you have these super fast speeders in densely packed forests that go at like 500 kilometers an hour or something, like, why would you do that? It's just ridiculous. But like, that's how the Ewoks, they won from like sort of more just like of an emperor's naivete of the environment, not so much that they were like fully capable, like they weren't capable without teaming up with the rebellion, and they wouldn't have been able to do it. That like there's you don't walk away thinking they could have done that by themselves or something.
Yeah, no, for sure. So many things. I mean, first of all, I am still stuck on Jediism being a religion, and now I've gone down the rabbit hole of looking up the Temple of the Jedi Order, which is a religious nonprofit registered in Beaumont, Texas. And
you didn't know about this, Jeff? I've known about this for years. I've actually known about this for years. Oh man, I'm sorry, bro.
I never knew this. Yeah. So anyway, wild. So also, I mean, Endor for a minute. So back to scenes and or settings.
Oh yeah, because we were still at Yoda. We were still on Dagobah, I think, when we.
Yeah, and we can go back for a second in a minute, but I do want to say. So this was interesting. I think this was part of the fascination with this specific film for me as a kid, because it's filmed about an hour drive from where I grew up, right? And so we would go to the redwoods, and this was always something that we would talk about, because they're filmed in parts of the Redwood National Forest in Northern California, as well as in Jedediah Smith State Park, which is also in that same Redwood area. And I mean, it's funny in some way, right? Because it's like, this is the beauty of Turtle Island in a lot of ways, right? Is that you have all of these different spaces within it, but then they're like these, both of them are now national parks, which national parks come out of a very white supremacist conservation movement. And, that's it. It's interesting in itself, right? Is that like you're creating this very orientalist version of Tatooine and the kind of alien life that's on it, right? And then you're creating this, I mean, this is your representation of indigenous people, right? Or of the Viet Cong, depending on what, I think it's kind of an amalgamation in certain ways, right? And obviously there were indigenous people, of course, that the redwoods would have been their lands, but you create this other universe about this and create these kind of, I mean, the Ewoks are perfect as a marketing piece. And I think that, somebody said earlier on, like the whole point of the real logic behind Star Wars is like, what can we create that people will want to buy, right? You think about BB-8, you think about Babu Freak, you think about Boba Fett, the stormtroopers.
I'm not gonna lie, when they released that little R2 robot, like I think what was it, like 10 or 15 years ago, and you could be like, R2, turn right, and it'll like turn and like do things. Yeah.
Yeah, and then the Ewoks.
I wanted one of those.
And then the Ewoks get their own cartoon. As did there was a Droids cartoon in the 80s as well. And then you get the Battle for Endor, which is another movie that has a weird little blonde-headed girl and Wilford Brimley.
And wasn't there she was like a settler that got lost or something on Endor?
Mm-hmm.
Wasn't there also another, like, there was that film, and then wasn't there with the same girl or family like another Endor movie or something?
Caravan of Courage, something like that.
I think,
yeah. So like there's a whole world around this in the 80s, right? And so then you have the Star Wars, the Return of the Jedi toys, but then also which included certain Endor elements and Ewoks and so on. But then there would also Ewok toys that come related to those supplemental pieces. I think it was mainly the cartoons that they produced toys based off of as well. But anyway, yeah, I mean, and I agree with you all in terms of the representations. I mean, 3PO actually goes through this thing when they're like, you know, I think they think I'm a deity or whatever, and they're sort of like, well, what are you saying to them? And he's like, I'm not he's like, you know, first he goes, it's funny, right? It is funny on one level, again, the sort of humor of, you know, you can understand them, right? He's like, well, yes, I speak 6 million languages, you know, this like classic 3PO moment. And they're like, well, what are you saying to them? And he's like, I don't know. It's a very primitive language. So the idea being like, I speak every language in the universe, but these indigenous creatures
They're
are speaking
still
something
like,
that's still very hard for me to
or it's
understand or
like
communicate
my
with.
data
You know?
input,
History.
it's like
Yeah.
it's like the input in the AI is like the Western version of the indigenous language, so that like the actual indigenous one doesn't count, but the Western one that you put in does. Like it's very,
Oh my gosh.
yeah.
And then the weapons too, right? Like everybody else has like blasters, laser this, you know, photon this, whatever, and they have like little sticks with arrowheads attached to them, basically. And then they do have the hang glider with the rocks, which, by the way, that was a toy, and that was amazing. And anyway, but
And
go
they
ahead.
did have the two you know,
Yeah,
the
poles,
two
the logs that come
poles
together,
that like
right?
smashed the thing, the
Yeah.
walker.
No,
Yeah.
they're ingenious with what they have, but you know, this whole idea of everything being so primitive, and you know, and then Wicket became a thing. Wicket. So, and that's also the actor who becomes what's that movie? It also starts with a W. Willow.
Oh yeah, yeah. The other prophecy fantasy film of the time. Yeah.
Right. But did you want to go back for some stuff, Samantha?
Hold on, I made all my notes chronologically because I feel like last time I didn't, and I realized like the format. I think.
So we had
No,
I mean, I can walk
we covered.
through.
My Dagobah thing was just the priming of like, you know, Luke's greatness and the dynasty stuff, and like
Yeah.
I think, and you know, just like again, like centrist liberal wisdom, you know, like truth is your point of view, like those kind of you know, liberal like justifications of their comforts, and protecting imperialism in Ben's, that was in Ben's like wisdom to Luke.
There are 24,000 different types of Star Wars toys since 1977. That's a great stat, PJ.
A lot.
It's a lot. So yeah, so just I'll move through some stuff chronologically real quick, and if there's anything y'all want to dig into. I mean, so yeah, you get the Emperor arrives, has his back and forth with Vader, you know, basically is like, bring him to me, you know, bring Luke to me, we will turn him, you know, basically. Then you get the Luke and Yoda reconnect. Yoda dies, you know, but along the way he sort of does his like last, you know, Luke's like, you got to finish the training, and he's like, no, kid, you're good, you've got it figured out now. But then there is the whole thing about, you shouldn't have gone to fight your father, but then now because you fought your father, I guess now you're a real
yeah, and
Jedi.
Luke
And of
always
course,
knows better than everybody. Like in the end,
yes.
it's always like Luke knows best.
Disappearing deaths are also just hilarious to me in movies. I just think they're fucking funny. I'm like, oh wow, that's how you solve it, right? He just disappears, no body to deal with.
Well, and this is what's interesting though, because he obviously like and Ben did too, right? Ben like kind of disappeared, and then Vader,
and he reappears here.
Yeah, and then he reappears, and then Vader did not. Like when I'll call him Anakin now because he's redeemed. When Anakin dies, when he's back to being Anakin, he's a body that Luke has to carry and cremate. And they did, you know, again, speaking of how these like narratives can sort of self-justify, like again, the Clone Wars addressed this, like that it comes up like when they know that the Jedi are being threatened, like these Force entities tell Yoda, to like go and study on this planet so that he could learn to transcend like death and live like beyond death. So they set it up that Ben and Yoda like did this studying of it, which I guess Anakin didn't, but then Anakin still transcends death at the end because he joins them as a spirit. So I feel like that whole thing too is like just a bit like, why didn't Anakin then fade away, and like just inconsistencies.
I think the shit looked cool. We gotta figure that out.
And then Obi-Wan, his ghost appears to teach Luke postmodernism. That's my note. He confirms, but then he tells him, I don't know. I don't even know why I wrote that.
He liberal post. It was because it was that whole point, like truth is your point of view.
Yes,
that he gave him, right? Like it's that liberalism or that post, like yeah, like everyone's got their own version of the truth, like yeah.
And then he tells Luke to bury your feelings deep down. They do you credit, but they could be used to serve the Emperor, right? This is about hiding that his sister is Leia, right? So then quickly you go to the fleet scene. This is just important. Like, I mean, it's just plot shit, right? But like, they're like, oh, we have this intelligence. Lando has been promoted to general, you know, and Han's given him jokes about it and all of that. And then you find that Han is too. Yeah, go ahead.
And racial reinforcement, like this kind of thing, they do it with Chewie, or like Lando being like the loyal, like I guess like whatever, like I like, you know, the I'm thinking mammy for female characters, but you know, the loyal like house slave kind of person, because there's never a like all of these things that they reinforce, you know, like it's like Han is like take care of, you know, the ship or whatever, but like everything is about like there is no conversation here about like why Lando always has Han's back no matter what, why Chewie is always loyal to Han no matter what. Like there's just like all this reinforcement of these like tropes. So I feel like every moment, like that moment too, sorry, I'm having another one of these rants, but like they just like that's a moment where they just reinforce that again.
Well, to the point about Lando, I always coded it as like Lando backstabbed him in two. So this black man needs to pay his penance and defend, right? And this is how he becomes the most elevated, right? Like this is why Lando is given such a kind of elevated status, because he was a betrayer. So it is the thing, the dark guy, the non-white one is a betrayer, and this is how he kind of finds his redemption through, you know, this colonial empire, right? And
his acceptance, I guess, too,
right.
in like yeah.
Which, like, you know, and if you think about, and if you think about what how this is coded too, with Billy D. Williams getting this role, which was a major thing, it's like it's definitely a signal to like how you're supposed to kind of work within Hollywood as well, generally, and within Hollywood being a superstructural language of like larger societal culture, right? You know, you black folk, you have betrayed, you know, think about it politically. We know you were into that political shit where you weren't nice to us. Well, you know, be Lando and we'll let you maybe run the ship.
I feel like they've never changed how they set up racial hierarchies in among the settler populace, like among the human populace of Star Wars. They have never changed that. Like that sort of, that dynamic has been like, I mean, like we saw it in like I feel like Andor like just pulled from all of those original series and kind of had the same dynamics happening.
It's Colin Powell is Lando Calrissian in this one. All right,
Ron
Brown.
I just have to say, oh, sorry, because I put this in so many notes. especially after Empire, like just artistically, the composition, like overall in this film is so bad. Like the shot compositions, is it just me? It really feels like people are making a video on their iPhone, just like a home video, in the sense of, you're like, I need to film someone for their birthday party. Like everybody is like centered, and there's no like. Sorry, I
Yeah,
know
and
that's just
no,
like,
no, no, no.
it's not
I
like
also
a.
felt no. I agree with you, Samantha, because the performances in this film are also really stilted. Because it starting the kind of like the first 40 minutes are like a built around like the whole set piece, right? And then you have like the Yoda stuff, right? Which is like the puppet acting or whatever, right?
Yeah.
But then you kind of get into like when like the crew gets together and they have to then go to Endor. All that stuff is really mechanical. Like the acting is really bad. It has no energy, right? The shot, it made me wonder how they shot. It's like they must have shot really piecemeal. Maybe they overshot, shot a lot of people in singles with like someone else coming in, right? Like the acting with stand-ins. I mean, it's like it is so dry and it has no energy.
Yeah, and actually, I want to say something. Thank you for bringing up this shot, because I did have a thing about this sequence or this scene. Yeah, like, and actually, just sorry, I'm just gonna jump back to, like, when we were talking about Leia, and like sort of saying that like a bunch of these guys thought that maybe she's being more empowering. Leia had the most agency in the first film. That's the first thing. Like, all of these characters degraded. Like, where was Leia that was like, standing up to Vader, and or telling, like, calling Chewie a carpet or something, and like getting angry at, like, sort of calling the shots and making decisions to like get them to, like, when she blasted open that sewage door thing, and she's like, well, someone has to think of a plan and stuff. Where was that Leia when her mask is like, because when she rescues Han from Jabba's lair, as soon as we know it's her, when her mask is revealed, she becomes submissive. Because then when they get discovered, she's hiding behind Han, waiting for Han, who is blind at this point and totally like incapacitated. She's just standing there being like, what do we do now, kind of thing. Like, and so I feel like all of these characters got so, like, and again, this is sort of what we brought up in the last conversation. Like, they set up the characters that you're going to identify with, and they sort of made you think this is who these characters are, and then they started using the characters to shape you. And I feel like that's, we see that, I like with all of, like, honestly, with all of them, like they're just shaping ideologies at this point, as opposed to actually being on character. I mean, I guess the only character that is still, following some kind of course could be argued maybe Luke, or something, but the other ones have completely relinquished whoever they were set up to be. Han, Leia, all of them, they've just become the vessels of the ideologies that need to be, perpetrated. And again, like, because as people were like working on, like, when you're, I mean, you know this, MTMA, but like at least like on these kind of projects, when we're working on them, we're not thinking first. Like, I've had these conversations with friends of mine that are in more for television writing, and we kind of butt heads a bit, because it seems like I've only worked on limited series, like a Netflix that's kind of more like a longer film, not like a several seasons, kind of series. But when I talk with people that I know that are screenwriters in television, they are talking more about like, what's your character's backstory and what's all this kind of thing. But when we're working on them in these projects, we are literally seeing them as devices serving roles. So I feel like, that's where I do find that we're talking about different things when I'm talking to people saying, like, why did they make the decision for Leia to go this way or that way? And it's like, no, she's actually following the course of what her role was. It's just that in the first film, we set them up with personalities to onboard people, and then we just like fulfill those purposes. with them. But yeah, sorry, I'm like, but I feel like there are those kind of weird inconsistencies, and yeah, and then like I don't know, I want to stop there if there's something else that anyone wants to add to that part, and then I'll talk about this.
Well, we could connect it to this to some extent. I mean, because so this is Mon Mothma, who is not a very important character in this original trilogy, although she comes in obviously to play this role of this, like, I don't even know if they give her title in it, but she's obviously like a dignified dignitary, whatever, of the rebellion. And but she has this subsequent career in the Star Wars world, right? And so this is her first appearance, I believe, in the trilogy. And she's just brought in, and in many ways she kind of takes over kind of what you were talking about, Samantha, of what Leia's role is actually in like A New Hope, right? Where Leia is actually like coming from a sort of royal family, right? And, you know, trying to pull people into this rebellion against the Empire. And Mon Mothma, they create the backstory for her really later on, because she does show up briefly in the prequels. I think, I can't remember which one. It doesn't matter. I'm not even gonna try. But then she gets added in Rogue One, and then
and
of course in
Rebels.
Andor.
Star Wars
Yeah, in Rebels. Yeah, Rebels, but also Andor. And you know, becomes this kind of benefactor, or like financial backer / senator type person, right? That is supportive of the rebellion and kind of is a tie-in from the Old Republic. But yeah, it's interesting. She's just dropped in, and she's the one who tells them basically like the plan, or like she says people died, right, to bring them the knowledge that they need in order to go to Endor, right? The purpose of going to Endor is to take out the shield there, the shield generator, which is protecting the Death Star, basically. But anyway.
Yeah. And then that's what they use that info later for Rogue One and stuff like that. But and that scene, like, just to go to that scene, just in terms of technical or aesthetic choices, like these are like other I guess like what I like kind of made little notes on that I want people to think about. It's just like also like that, just so much of these reinforcements that tell a story without us needing to have the dialogue or whatever. But like, you know, just like how Leia has become so sexualized in that scene, there's a few other women, and like Mon Mothma, and things that were just aesthetic choices that I found interesting is that all the women were sort of androgenized a bit, and they all have shorter hair. And Leia is the only woman in that space that actually has, like, you know, classically feminine features. And so I just think like there's just constant moments that she's not in the bikini anymore, but they've just completely, like, Leia's role and like this relationship with Han and everything, she has just turned into like the trad wife, I guess, of the show, you know. And then they do these little things to just constantly reinforce that. But those are all like these things accumulate and add up and will fill it, like, you know, like the audiences don't always pick up on, or people don't always pick up on, but they are feeding you and telling you a story and telling you how to, like, you know, they are giving you ways of seeing other women in those spaces compared to, you know, Leia and stuff like that. So I just remember that in that sequence, that like all the women that the few women that were there in that room, they were all very like androgenized. And then there's Leia with like her braids and her like sitting next to Han and like cuddling up to him and like not saying as much and stuff.
Yeah. But then I also do get that high priestess vibe that like doesn't have a husband and probably doesn't have sex, you know, from Mon Mothma. Yeah, exactly, right. Like, they're like, you know, and I always found it weird that Star Wars really was into that kind of thing, right? You know, this like these the way these kind of like certain roles are given to things you can't imagine them doing certain type of things. So they have to take off that kind of part of them to kind of make them not human, is make them like functions. Or then like even the fact that like so you get like you get Akbar. He's a fucking he's a well, not a fish, he's a lobster, right?
Yeah.
He's a lobster.
Yeah.
Right. So it's like it's easy. You can utilize them because you like decontextualize it or recontextualize it. So anything that would you have to consider, maybe, you know, they would have any kind of secondary thought, or they would have some kind of like deeper like consideration. It gets taken out, right? Because they've been totally taken from any kind of like extra human characteristics. I'm watching a freaking sea creature. You know, it's a trap, you know, and do all this type of stuff. I'm only gonna see him within this kind of like dutiful, like kind of context, and it's like it's just I just find it to be a very weird logic. Yeah,
but it also it reinforces that the primary thing is that it's Luke and it's the Skywalker legacy that's going to really be the determinant. Like it's because if these characters, like just you know like from a story structural perspective, if these characters start competing too much with the primary narrative, then it confuses it. So like you wouldn't want them to be, you wouldn't want us to really believe in these characters that they're actually capable of organizing or doing anything. It has to be because of Luke and I guess also because of like our main principal you know, Epstein class that's existing in this space, that it's Han and Luke and that like and Leia that were able to, you know, save the galaxy. I mean, even then, like what they did on Endor, all of that got deflated. But like yes, they got the shield down, yes, the fleet in space like destroyed the Death Star, but all of that feel like when you walk away from it, you're not walking away thinking that those were the main things that happened. You're walking away thinking that Luke confronted Palpatine and like, you know, got his father back to the light, and that they threw Palpatine down the, you know, the whatever, like all of these abysses that villains always fall into and stuff, and that is what saved the galaxy. So these other characters, they do need to be deflated. They do need to be not as important as that event.
And to that point, right? So like when the ship is about to go to Endor, right? They get let in because Vader needs to go see his son, right? You know what I'm saying? Like they it's like this this is what holds the fate of the galaxy together.
Palpatine's like, we know, like it's all the plan. Like they're walking into it. Yeah.
It's a trap.
Yeah.
Yeah. It's a trap. Best thing to come out of this movie. I'm sorry, that meme, I use it all the time.
So one thing, I don't know, where do we want to go? Like we could go.
I'm just checking the chronology of my notes.
Yeah.
Too.
So you go to, I mean, we've talked about the scene with Lando and Han. So, you know, the strike group, approaches Endor. They have this old code. They're let in. They know it's a trap, right?
And the trade union guys were in this film. That I know, like I think I'm assuming, I don't know if that's from the original cut or not, and it's not really significant. But you know, when Palpatine arrives, he's kind of got his Epstein circle. Like he's not really talking to anyone on the base. He's talking to like the trade guys, and he's got his Red Guard, and those the you know, you remember like those trade union guys that are in the prequels, and they're like the Trade Federation or whatever it was. I think Palpatine, like when he arrives, also he's like having a chat with them. And he's not talking to anybody. I don't know, but I don't know if that was I don't know if that's a subsequent add-on or if it was part of the original. But either way, he's like only socializing with certain people while he's there.
That's a good question. I don't actually know the answer to that. So, you know, you get them let in. You get the speeder race. thing, which so toy thing for a moment. The one of my all-time favorite Star Wars toys was the speeders, because even in the 80s version of the speeder, you could push the button on the back of it and the whole thing would explode into different pieces. Like, so it was spring locked together. I might have one. Um, um, but yeah, like you could just push a button on the back of it and it would like burst out, and then the stormtrooper, right, with their separate kind of, helmets that they have in this setting, would be like catapulted it off, and the thing would like disintegrate into tiny pieces basically, and you can reassemble it. But yeah, amazing Star Wars toy. I just had to say that really quickly. A lot of nostalgia for that.
Actually, I do just want to say something, because I feel like that, but that's just like, I think you've probably talked about this in other things, but these like Hollywood explosions, like I just find them really triggering, because I see them and just the gleefulness of appreciating, like needing, like priming people to love these explosions, because it makes me think of all of those IOF soldiers that are posing for their videos while they blow up a university in the background, and they're so excited about this explosion. And it's just this weird dystopian, like cognitive dissonance that you just see in like these Hollywood spectacle explosions that they have to have, that you always have to have a moment, that Jabba's ship, or like like I don't know, it's so, I've never been excited about seeing those, and that just seems to be it. Like I know that's across. Anyway, I know you have a lot of thoughts on that.
No, well, yeah, I mean, simply, like, I have such a chicken and the egg question about that, about the Terminator. Like there's like, I remember when Terminator 2 came out, and like the big explosion that they did there in that film, right, of like the big building, right, and it's all talked about, like there's like documentaries on the explosion. And I'm always kind of like, was that culture of explosion that was in movies, is that when people want to now, once they have the ability to self-tape, right, are they getting that logic from these kinds of movies that they were raised watching? Die Hard, buildings exploding, people exploding. It's like, because like, we know that happened before you were able to have the logic of video, right, or film. But the fact that it's become so normalized in movies as like the big sequence, right, like the set piece of the explosion, and
that's a lot of environmental disruption and
oh
damage,
yeah,
just to create this one shot.
Yeah, I mean, no, it's wild. I mean, like I thought about that when I saw like the when they talked about they talk about in Terminator 2 when they did it, and I was like, I mean, it was apparently it was something like a $3 to $4 million alone to basically blow up this thing in the middle of wherever they did it. I think it was someplace in California, and I'm like, that's crazy, like to blow up a freaking building.
I think honestly, I really do think these are like a worldview shaping strategies, like, because when you look at things like, even, I mean, and you see this especially in a lot of like video game stuff, or you look at The Last of Us, which before the series there's the video game, and these kind of post-apocalyptic, like destroyed worlds, because people that I work with are not shocked by pictures from Gaza. Like it just looks like another world that they create all the time. And I think like I think just all of this is like the normalizing of genocide. Just that people are not, it's just another thing, and you don't respond to it. You don't, it doesn't move you to resist, or I think it's just another counterinsurgency method to placate people. Like they've just gotten you very like normalized to it. Which, yeah, I think that's, I would suspect that explosions fit into that category, but certainly the environmental designs of all of these things, and a lot of the themes in a lot of these films are naturalizing, that kind of that kind of stuff. And like, I think Andor is a great example of it, because like all of Andor, you could just basically take every part of the genocide convention and they normalized it and diffused it, right? Like they kidnapped, they stole children from an indigenous population, raised them among the white people. He becomes Andor. They normalize scenes of like homogenizing groups of indigenous people, and then even when they claim that it's an anti-genocide concept, they prime you through the entire series to have distanced yourself from othered groups that are, you know, like there's constant reinforcement of choreography of large groups of people that you get desensitized through the series. So when it culminates to the genocide happening, they've already shaped how you're going to interpret that and favor certain characters and blah blah blah. And I think that like, you know, that's why I just think like the Star Wars universe constantly recalibrates to just keep doing it better. But I think that, you know, these kind of ideas come from that intention.
Yeah, I mean, it's interesting. I mean, because like if you think about it, and kind of like picking back what you're saying, Samantha, like, because even think about, so you have like the sequence, like kind of going through the film, right, and like how the film is structured, right? You have, right, the Ewoks touching ground with them, and like the whole sequence with that, and they do all the sequences with those, which they tend like try to like, you know, some like parallel cut to the advancement of the Death Star, right? Then Luke eventually goes, right, and he gets with Vader, and then the actual battle starts to start, right? And what, I don't know, maybe the final through battle is what, half an hour, 35 minutes, right? Maybe, let's say, more or less, right? Thinking about it, in 35 minutes, the amount of explosions, crashes, deaths, without any blood, also. And I think that's really, really important, without any blood. But you do get like the sequences as a kid that would disturb me were the plane crash sequences where they would do it in the cockpit. And you would see the guy, like, honestly, those when I was a kid, they were really bothersome to me and like very, very scary, right? And but to see that for like 35 minutes straight, or like the other one where the one ship crashes into one of the big Imperial fleet pieces, right? And like you're getting to see all this mass destruction, right? Paralleled with a single guy's like destiny, two people's destiny, right? Being in the fulcrum of that. All this can happen. All this like massive calamity can happen, right? And you see this two shit, and you're just like, what it does to a person's, well, I guess different people, right? Say if you are an egoist or you're someone who's developing and you're trying to get in, you want to feel that Jedi thing, right? Like think about the kind of brain psychology that has for like soldiers who end up doing this shit, right? They're like, yeah, whatever, shit's blowing up. But that kind of mentality that's like developed with that, it makes you nuts.
Yeah.
Well, or even like I think about the way Obama talks about like, you know, his, you know, it's like he sort of laughing off like I got really good at killing people, you know, and stuff like that. Like, you know, like it's just you know, and just being able to be like, yeah, but look, like we're the good guys basically, right? At the end of the day, like having a very and I think also people like these tech bros, right? When you think about like the Peter Thiel's, Alex Karp's, um, Elon Musk's, right? And just their kind of like everything else does not matter because I have a vision of what will save us, basically. And so, like, all this other shit is just, you know, you're peasants, right? You're peons. You don't matter. You're the guy on that ship that gets blown up. Like, you know, I'm Luke or I'm Darth Vader.
Yeah. And it does exist in that world of like just ridiculously cushioned privilege or something, like just this very, you know, like this non, like the Silicon Valley thing, like that like tech is just magical. Like there's no concept of like all of the like genocide to then extract resources from stolen land to build like these infrastructures, you know, and I know I said this on your podcast, M2May, but like I'll bring it up here because I just feel like it's so relevant because it's like scarred me for life. It was like the first indicator for me, you know, when I first went to art school to like study animation and stuff. And I was so excited to get into this school and be around other artists that were going to do these things. And it was literally the first signal that I should have listened to and just been like, run away, run away. But like in all of, like, I went to, like, there were 2 schools in the world that all these studios would, like both ILM and Disney and stuff would come and hire from our school. So these are the people like that I went to school with that are now like in the industry and everything. And we had this assignment one time where we had like, it was like a test or something. We had this substitute teacher come in and the theme was war. And we just had to produce some images. We had 4 hours to do some research and produce some illustrations. And it was like a competition. And I won the competition because I was so innovative. And like all of my artwork was the repercussions of war. It was people like starving, living in rubble, couldn't get food, can't clean themselves, visiting graves. Everybody else, out of like over 100 people, everybody else just had these like Rambo style illustrations, you know, explosions, like with the guy like dodging the explosion with guns, and when they had researched the guns and the weapons, the entire class, not one person thought that there was another way to interpret war. And that was in school. I've never forgotten that moment. And that was probably like, I didn't, you know, like I kept following this career thinking it was going to, like I was going to be around better creative people or something. But the schools that I went to are the schools that feed into the industry. Like this is how, and I've never not seen that. Like this is how everyone automatically thinks. So these are the people creating these stories and creating these logics. I don't know. I don't have a better way to explain it, but I feel like you know, like that really shook me to my core when I was in school. Like, and I had a lot of reasons that I just didn't like being in that program. So I kind of just shrugged it off to being like, well, these people are just really horrible, competitive people. But when I get into Disney, it's going to be better, you know? And I sort of dismissed it, but like, that's, you know, that's where it's coming from. And there isn't a thought about these things, just like how this whole universe, it's the same thing with Black Panther. Like nobody talks about where are they getting the resources. And even this whole thing, like being on Endor, it's almost like saying like, oh, this is like the first time that the Empire kind of touched down on this planet. And there's just this base that's here. Well, how did they build it? What was required to do that? How many villages did they destroy to just build that base? Same thing with the rebels when they're in their bases, like nobody like that, like, and it's inherited. Like, it's obviously like there is a negligence in the sense that I do get that this is how these people think, doesn't occur to them, but it's purposeful that we live in a society that the people that are going to be telling the stories to us and our children are the people that have learned to think with those logics, right? So it's like, I don't know. It's
a good point. And yeah, how many worlds needed to be mined to build a single star destroyer, much less a Death Star.
Exactly.
And it's interesting, I think, particularly in the context of this first trilogy, because I think as Star Wars goes on, and I'm not trying to give it like too much credit or anything like that, but it's just kind of like the liberalization of it and you know, being in a different context, they do start to show mining and stuff like that and show these things as less, you know, less desirable worlds to be in, right? But in the original trilogy, the only context that we have for mining is Cloud City, right? Where they're just like mining clouds and there's no harm. You don't even really see workers, right? Like it's just,
and
you know.
Yeah, and to what you're saying though, even when we see the prequels, like when Anakin like dies on that Sith mining or not dies, but when he fights Kenobi on the Sith mining planet kind of thing, it is on like they are regions that they just have droid mechanisms getting ore from a planet that nobody lived on, like a land without a people kind of thing, you know, like they don't mine on populated areas somehow magically, you know.
Yeah, and I think that this is the goes to your overall point, Samantha. I think because you have to really take into account how much this carries water into ideology in the living world, and people don't. I mean, it's funny. Like I'm thinking about someone like Alex Karp, right? This is probably his justification for AI, right? Right? He'll be like, yeah, his thought would have been shit like, well, shit, AI probably just built the Death Star, just built the Death Star, or they just have really good AI stuff. We could have that in the future, I mean, or like, Bitcoiners that I know, that I've argued with them. They're like, it's an ever repopulating resource, and they say all this stuff about it extracting resources from the natural world is bullshit, and it's like it's environmentalists and conspiracy theorists making up stuff, right? You hear this all the time, and like it's probably because they can envision it because they watched Star Wars.
Yeah. So
This
I know we gotta
imaginations.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, absolutely. I know we gotta start moving through a little bit. So I mean, there's a couple of, I think, bigger things to talk about as we wind down. Like one is we probably do need to spend a little bit more time with the Ewoks, in particular. They're going to eat our heroes, right?
It's just
Savage cannibals.
Right.
Right.
And so, yeah. I mean, it's not quite cannibalism, I guess, because they're, but it is eating humans, right? So it's like to the way that an audience would read that, right? It is this portrayal, right, of the sort of savage cannibal. And obviously the 3PO's comment about the primitiveness of their language, the fact that they think 3PO is a god just because he's like a shiny droid. The fact that Luke is able to outsmart them and get freed by using the Force to make 3PO fly. All of these things kind of thrown in to again, it's like, even though, I mean, and it's fucked up because like as a kid, you're just like, these are cute, right? Like that's kind of like you're just like, oh, there's like Care Bears was very popular at the same kind of time, right? It's like Teddy Ruxpin. Like we're all in this era of like, little stuffed bears being this very cool thing, which is interesting. Like neither of my kids really gives a shit about stuffed animals. Like I think it's kind of an interesting, like stuffed animals were still a big deal in the 1980s for sure. I feel like, maybe I'm outing myself, but that's okay. But anyway, and I loved the gummy bears. Like those were my, I don't know if anybody was into the Gummy Bear show, but that was my shit.
I was.
Yeah. So anyway,
They actually had some good animation in it sometimes too for a TV series. Like, side note.
Yeah, it was. Yeah, it's a good point. I mean, we talked about how crappy Disney animation was in the 80s, and that is a Disney product. That it's interesting to me that that's also not really carried on any kind of legacy within Disney. Like it doesn't. Anyway, They don't go back to it or anything. Maybe they will. Maybe they'll do a remake at some point. Unfortunately, but anyway. So anything else we want to talk about on that scene, and then obviously we have to talk a little bit about all the vapidness around the Vader versus Luke Emperor segment.
I think the only point, I mean, the 80s is also like the time of like movies like The Gods Must Be Crazy, right? You have to like kind of bring that stuff in, and like the kind of jokes around primitivism. I mean, they're in all of the movies. If you watch them, like, things like Crocodile Dundee become really popular, like all this stuff that like kind of gets creeped in. So like, it's just adding to another one of those things. And it almost feels like almost every movie, if it was like a large like adventure movie, needed to have its like primitivism moment, right? Like, or something like you fall in something and you see a bunch of natives somewhere. Like it's like the consistent trope, right? And it's just like a really stupid ass joke, right? Like, and the idea of like the god, right? And like they all think of gods and they're not, wise, and Luke can trick them. And this idea that, where you get to see Luke be more elevated in his kind of, in his wielding of like the old ancient arts. It's just, yeah, it's very typical.
I'm just loving the chat right now.
I can't lie.
All of the love.
When Jared said it, it did actually play in my head. I can't lie. I just wasn't going to sing it. Thank you, chat, as I wasn't going to sing it, but it's been in my brain.
I just thank you all for affirming me right now. I feel so good. I feel loved in this space right now. All right. So yeah, I think I agree with what you said, Mtume. I mean, I think from there we can kind of jump into, so just for context for people, I'm sure most of y'all have seen this, but if you haven't, like all the three of these things are kind of happening at once. So you have it's going back and forth between the duel between Luke and his father, with the Emperor like cackling over their shoulders the whole time, basically. And then there's the ships that arrive with Lando leading them, that are realize it's a trap. And then they, basically engage the Empire's fleet so that they don't have to engage the Death Star. I mean, which actually is kind of smart, like military logic, is they understand that even though they're going to get their butts kicked by the Emperor's fleet, if they just leave themselves kind of away from it, then the Death Star can just pick them off, basically, and blow them up.
They also had that plan without Luke, right? Because there's that moment at night when Luke confesses to Leia that they're siblings, and then he's going to go and like sacrifice himself on his own because he knows as the chosen one that this is the path. So there's no consulting with the they did have a good game plan, the rebels, because they were planning like not aware of Luke's role in all of this, right? Like Luke went rogue to do that. And also, just as an editing thing, in that whole sequence where they're jumping back and forth, but you probably already know, like, it's so much more weighted on those scenes with like time-wise, those scenes with Palpatine and Luke are given like 5 times as much time, and then we cut to like 45 seconds on Endor, or maybe 20 seconds in space with the fleet, and then back to like 5 minutes with Palpatine, and then it kind of cycles that way.
Yeah, I mean, and to that point, I mean, think about you juxtaposing like wide angle lenses and like super like convoluted frames with wide angle lenses of a man in a chair and two people, right? So like, they're given the same visual lens weight as an intergalactic fight.
It's true. Yeah. Like, and that is one thing where they started like the composition, like this, I don't like, they needed a better DOP, but the like that, there was one shot in that Palpatine room that was so weird because they always had slightly like like they had the cameras on a slight angle, and then there was one shot that went full on like 1 point perspective, like just like flat, like just everything flat of the Emperor. There was like one moment, and then it went back to being dimensional again, and it was just very odd also as like just as a choice. But they did do in that fight sequence, they did the thing where you can kind of see where they position Luke higher in the shot, and like they did the power dynamics as they're dueling and stuff.
Yeah, like I have to say, the Luke Vader fight scene in Empire is like 8 billion times better than this one, because I'm kind of like, look, man, I want to see Luke beat him, not like just be. It's like y'all didn't really do this well. Like it's
They
just
just did a
it's
role
bad.
reversal. Yeah, like I feel like they just wanted to like I actually opened up the 2 files on my laptop of the 2 movies to watch it, and they do the same thing where like where in Empire there's a moment where Luke doesn't know where Vader is and he's like looking around, and at the same so if you play them at the same time, the same thing happens in Jedi where Luke is now the one hiding in the like Captain Obvious level shadows that they did on Luke, where it's like one side is in shadow and one side is in light, and like his inner conflict like visually represented on his face, but they play and even the whole thing with like Luke fell down the stairs and then Vader gets pushed down the stairs in like they just basically like it was just a pastiche in reverse. And yeah, it was just so it was I think like that was I think that was probably more the main intention of it. It didn't have any of the grace or the cool choreography, and certainly not the level of photography that Empire had. And so I had something that I wanted to say too about like, oh, that's right. The other thing that they did, they pulled the Leia lighting, like what they did in Jabba's. Like one thing that I did notice that they did, because as they progressively humanize Darth Vader through the thing, and even the way he's talking to Luke and everything, but then they also did that with the lighting, that when Luke is in that room, from like the light cast on Luke is coming from Vader. So they also created that, like, so even when Vader's on the ground and everything, all of the lighting that falls on Luke is as if Vader is a light source. It's not related to any of the lighting in the room. So they do these kind. They're doing stuff with there is some crafting happening there, but.
I just have notes on the dialogue in these sections. I mean, so it's like the Emperor will show you the true nature of the Force. He is your master now. Then my father is truly dead. I'll be
It's
dead
so
soon, and you
dramatic.
with me. Your overconfidence is your weakness. Your faith in your friends is yours. That's
Also,
Emperor and Luke.
Vader does say son.
Mhm.
You know how like Luke is deliberately trying to say father to sort of like get his dad to relate, like like in his language, and then like when Vader says that, he's like, it's too late for me, son. And he there's just so much of like, I do feel like that that humanizing of Vader, so that the audience really wants him to come through in the end. Like we really want to love this genocide heir kind of person.
Yeah, no, absolutely. There's definitely a build up to that point of like you can see, and this is this shit, the conflict. I can feel the conflict within you, father, this kind of stuff.
And it's also like Jedis are not supposed to feel, and Luke is all being like, search your feelings, father, I can feel it in you, and then they're like, and then you've got Palpatine being like, search your feelings, and I'm like, there's kind of an inconsistency in feeling logic in how it's applied in this world.
Yeah, I think also because fundamentally it's a mistruth also. Like it's this the Western
Hypocrisy.
but also the Western fetishization of like Eastern religions, and this idea that of like things like what Nirvana and so forth and so on, and like being past it and getting above. It's like the Dr. Manhattan thing too, right? How people really get all into Dr. Manhattan because he was able to be above everything and see everything quote unquote objectively. No, he just though that's not what Alan Moore was writing. That's what they did in the movie, right? And Moore was actually criticizing it. He's become unhuman, so that's why he's able to let people strike the deal that people just dying is fine, right? And that should be seen negatively. But like in this, it's like my fundamental issue with it, because like I saw this the Zionist person write this like condemnation of Yahya Sinwar, right? The other day. I was reading it, right? And what they said was, well, he was bad because he said, when he killed an IOF soldier, he felt good about it. And I went,
yeah.
And that was my face. I was like, no, like so when Nat Turner, or I don't like the Nat Turner movie at all. But one of the things they did about it, they were like, oh, this movie's irresponsible because they show him like celebrating, murdering plantation owners. I'm like, I wish they did it more. I mean, like, the fuck, bro? Like, I don't understand what we're talking about here. And this Jedi stuff and this like non-emotion and like don't go into your rage, it all feeds water to these condemnations of people. I'm sorry, dude. Like, you're never gonna be unemotional in battle. I think that's actually an impossibility. And if you are, you're probably a psychotic.
And it's also like that scratch a liberal and a fascist bleeds kind of thing. Like, it's that hypocrisy of like having films that it's like, yeah, we killed the bad guys. Like, how many how many times is it celebrated and okay when you just like who you've designated as a bad guy in these films, you can kill thousands of them and it's like amazing, like everyone's just like cheering and happy, and then that's like it, like that's okay when you decide who the bad guy, like, or you decide how it works, and then it's okay, and when other people decide, then it's wrong.
Exactly. They throw a fucking party when they blow up the Death Star. There's like 1 million people that are killed in this like
yes. It's great. It's yes. And like even like and in the first film and this film, like because there's Death Star 1 that they were like they're on such a high after Luke gets off his plane and he's like so excited in episode 1 and hugging Leia and Han that they killed all these people on the Death Star and stuff too. So yeah, it's there's no remorse.
No remorse, and like it's a great example too, because it's like in this one, and that's also true in the first one as well, or in New Hope or Star Wars, whatever we want to call it. The first one is that like it. I mean, I can understand blowing it up like in theory as an architecture, right, of violence, like as a weapon, but especially in this one, the Emperor is dead. And so is Darth Vader, right? So it's like, what? I get it in terms of destroying as a weapon, but you don't have to blow up with all those people still on it. Like, and that's the thing. It's wild that way. And I know this was like, I had sent you both an article, but, this was a thing that was put forward in Clerks, and I think it comes from like a sort of right-wing libertarian. I haven't seen Clerks in a long time, so I'd have to go back and watch. But I'm not endorsing any of those movies. But a sort of joke, right, of like, that they killed all the workers and the independent contractors on the Death Star, and I think but like that actual point is really worth sitting with for a second, right? Because part of this, and it sits in here because this whole idea of this battle between evil and like, it's not even love on the other side of it. Like the Force is not love. It's just some sort of like Buddhist, like, I mean, I that's not fair to Buddhism. I shouldn't even do that, like, but it is some kind of George
Soho Buddhist.
Yeah, it's like a
yeah, exactly.
Appropriation of what they of a
yes.
flattening of these philosophies, yes. And yeah,
it's like the Phil Jackson, George Lucas, like it's like it's like these guys that take some like what is it, peyote or whatever, right? And then imagine like that they're indigenous and
And
stuff. Yeah.
also when Luke was like dragging Vader onto the steps, you know, when like after, you know, when they're trying to get out together and he's trying to help Vader as Vader's dying, all of those employees that were working for, not one of those employees was helping to carry Vader. They were all running away trying to evacuate, you know? So like, I don't like, you know, it kind of just shows also that like, they weren't all there because they all loved Vader and the Emperor. Like as soon as Vader and the Emperor were gone, these people were like trying to get onto shuttles and get out of there and stuff.
Yeah, absolutely. So the whole thing around hate, I mean, it's just so heavy here. And this it does drive me nuts because it's such a liberal, you know, discussion. And it's also this very liberal idea of what fascism is. And I know we talked about this a little bit with Empire as well. But just that what makes them all fascist is that they're all essentially consumed by hate, right? And so that is the force that flows through them, right? And
there's no
yeah, I mean,
interrogation. Like I was thinking that too, like this whole universe of how they've created Sith culture. It's like a bunch of people that like to live on Mustafar and like just relish in their evilness together all day. Like there's no concept that maybe they like to do other things. Like they're just constantly like fighting each other to be like who's going to be the final person that gets to live and be evil all day killing things. Like there's no critical thought around like all of that.
yeah, no, absolutely. And just to quickly mention it, I think I mentioned it last time, but Dylan Rodriguez has really helped me think about this, in particular in like his interrogations around Stop Asian Hate and its connection in with Zionism and the FBI and all of this other stuff. Like, you know, just this particularly like the large funding organizations, not necessarily Stop Asian Hate, the org, as much, although it is kind of like in this milieu of, I can't remember, the Asian American Foundation or something. I don't want to misquote. People should go check out his work on it because it's like thoroughly researched and cited, annotated and all of that. But, you know, just that hate is like, we think about how hate is deployed within our media, right? And it's even, I mean, it's even the case on YouTube. There's a whole section of like, you are not allowed to engage in hateful act. And I actually think this is what Jared Ball might correct me if he's still in the chat. I don't know if he's still there, but like the hate awards, when they tried to do it on YouTube, it got them like taken down in a strike, basically, like for violating the terms of service of YouTube, essentially. Even though it's like a lot of it is in jest, right? Like it's like it's. I mean, I know that they're serious on some level, but like there's a certain amount of jokes with it too. But this is seen as like the worst thing that you can be, right? And this film in particular, but this whole Star Wars universe is huge in promoting this belief among people. Like, and it does then become this idea then of what people imagine this kind of liberal anti-fascism to be, right? Of like, we're not going to be hateful. Like, you know, you gotta, you know, overcome the Nazis with love or whatever, you know, is the kind of thing, right? Or again, like with Zionism, right? Of just, we're not going to be for these forces that are fighting against this genocidal project, right? Because they're hateful terrorists or they're anti-Semitic or whatever. None of that is even like, I'm not even trying to in any way validate that argument. It's all bullshit. But the point is that they know that those things work so well on the liberal mind of, and it's exactly shit like this. It's like, well, they're basically Jabba the Hutt or the Emperor, and so it's fine. Like, just blow up their whole barge. Like, there's no civilian infrastructure here. Like, what are you talking about? Their hospitals, they have tunnels with rockets underneath, you know, like this kind of stuff. And that article was exactly that. It was a Zionist making an argument in contrast to the clerk's point to say in the LA Times to say actually the rebels are right and it's okay that they kill all of the civilians in the Death Star because it's basically a terrorist infrastructure is essentially the argument, right? And it's just like wild to read something like that was written in like '05 or something like that. And to sit with it now and think about all the work that these movies do to justify just like your enemy, like total destruction, and you celebrate it, and you don't feel any negative feelings towards it at all.
And even in our social interactions, right? Because it's always like, if this comes up, you're the angry person, or how many times do we see like the angry Black person on an interview? Like I remember seeing so many interviews where people say this warning, this interview is going to be heated because like it was a Black person with someone else, and the Black person's not even getting that angry. They're just stating facts. And it's framed like as soon as you start speaking about things that challenge these liberal comforts, that goes into this realm of being angry and hateful and negative, and we shouldn't, and it gets associated with certain people and certain groups, and yeah, it perpetuates everywhere.
Yeah, I mean, I think it was when we did this when someone had mentioned that the '59 documentary, The Hate That Hate Produced, right, about with Malcolm X, right, and the black and black nationalism, right, and trying to say that is it, while like they understand Black people needing some kind of level of self-determination, that this is fundamentally built on hate, right? And and the fact that they're looking for their sovereignty through hate, that they're always going to be flawed. And like, look, man, I mean, the movies like this to me really push that mileage, and because I guess what Samantha said, like I even see it in my interpersonal conversation, especially with geeks, with like geek, and I'm gonna do a little bit of a geek culture little smack right now, because this is often with them who love like '80s movies, right? So when I'll talk politics with them, they'll get into these like very kind of like, well, you really can't, you gotta be, you can't do it from hate. You gotta like really respect everybody's views, right? And then I'll say some shit like, well, so that's why you think Revenge of the Nerds is a good movie to watch, right? You gotta respect everybody's views, even rapists, right? Even people who say things about sexual assault is okay, right? Say that is that, well, no, you're not taking it too far. The movie's not really about that, right? I see what you're saying, but no, it's debatable, and everything. It's hypocritical. You actually can't really make it's actually not it's a nonsensical argument, really. If you try to actually make it make sense, it doesn't make any sense. But that's the thing, they're always like asking for some kind of like grace, right? But on the flip side, then when something does happen, right, or someone does stand up for themselves in a way that would kind of like affect their geek culture life here in America, then they go, oh, that's really bad, you can't do that. But then they'll go watch Rambo literally bomb Vietnamese people for and call it good fun, right? It's just good fun,
And to just say something too about the illogic of this, right? Even in this movie, it produces a context where Luke cannot kill, like he can't be the one to kill either the Emperor or Vader because that's giving into hate, right? And so he's literally just like lying on the ground getting shocked by dark, Jedi lightning, just like, and the only way that he can win is that his father, by seeing, and this is that moral
Proxy
philosophy of
war moment.
nonviolence shit. Yeah, is that seeing his suffering, his father is fundamentally changed, right? And he then can overthrow,
After
throw
his
literally
father cut off his hand, like let's not
after his
forget,
father cut off his
like,
hand.
the father
Yeah.
cut off his hand.
Yeah, Right. Well, and he cut his father's hand off, right? Yeah, because that's the inverse in this one, right? So in the first one, the father cuts his hand, and in this one, yeah, it is like you say, just a mirror of those fights from the two movies. But yeah, so it's just like that's what's so messed up too about when liberals. I mean, in some ways, there is a contradiction there that's pointed to, is that when liberals say like, I just want to be peaceful, like we can't do violence, like no matter what, I'm not going to give in to hate, etc. Like what actually is required then for them to win is for somebody else to be willing to do that thing in order to overcome the real evil, right? And so in that case, like maybe it works a little bit, but that's not the philosophical lesson that's being taught here, right? It's like you don't don't lash out, don't do anything in anger, and you'll be rewarded by transforming your enemy basically to save you. It's just like,
No, that's a really good point. It's just so depressing. This film is just so.
No, it is. I know it is. It's like because it's so pervasive, right? And it infects everything that you.
Yeah, and I think that's like where, again, it's like it relies on primed audiences, it relies on settler audiences or imperial audiences, and I think like that's where it's it can be interrogated in isolation, but all of these films, like everything that you've been doing with Imperial 80s, they're all working as part of like an apparatus that has been very well constructed for a good century. And so like I think that's the other thing that we just always have to stay attuned to as well, is that all of these things feed off of and reinforce each other. They don't just in isolation do all of that heavy lifting.
absolutely. I don't know if there's anything else you want to say. There's some good stuff in the chat. I know we got to wind down. One moment that we forgot to mention, or I wanted to mention that I didn't, is when Wicket's partner, the other little Ewok, is killed and they play the really sad music. And I mean, I just say like, that's a good example too of how just the music and the kind of mood setting of something could totally change, because on some level obviously they're these cute little Ewoks too, right? Even though they're savages, right? But like, as you were pointing out earlier, Samantha, like the non-human forms within Star Wars are all like degraded, and we're supposed to read them in a way that we would read sort of other peoples, right, of the world that aren't white and all of that. But you get this moment here where like that's like the saddest thing in this whole movie. At least as a kid, I watched that and I was like, no, not the Ewok. They killed him. Like,
that was like, and that's what's interesting too, is like when they choose to show moments of like who you get to grieve for and stuff. Yeah, I remember that too, and it was just very sad. Like,
yeah. All right, so chat stuff we can do.
oh, also,
go ahead.
The little reunion at the end with
Sure.
the changing. I don't know if that counts for this conversation. Do we talk
No, it does. We should talk about it because it's terrible.
It is terrible. And look, first of all, there's the post, because there were the edits where they then eventually tied it back to the prequels, right? So they showed like Coruscant and like Naboo and everybody, like the Emperor dies, and all of a sudden like the entire galaxy is out in the streets celebrating, because this is what makes the difference. Like this is like, now everything is better. But then so they added those things, but then also like I have so many things about that Anakin edit. Like I'll start with the technical, because these are probably the easiest, but like first, just on a technical level, they didn't even get the perspective right like Anakin is looking in a different direction. Like he's not even looking at them. And then if you look at the ground plane that he's standing on a different ground plane than the other two. And I just feel like this is my issue with VFX companies, is that, like, yeah, I just this is like the level of artistry and awareness, like use of software, knowledge of how to use software is much better than actual artistic decisions. So I'll start with that one, but then there's the whole like, why, like, yeah, then there's the whole like, why does he go back to his younger self that didn't get redeemed? Like, also like the whole like, that's not like, isn't the whole point that he went through a journey and then became redeemed? So shouldn't it be that part of him that's like still present? Like, why did we undo all of the events of his life to make him the young, I don't know, like physically beautiful supermodel Anakin or something? I'm not,
Yeah.
I'm, like, just even on that, like, aside from like the fact that we don't really like, as like, if you are a hardcore Star Wars like purist, we don't want those prequels to exist, so he should not be replacing the actor. But I just feel like if we're following the logic of this, what we believe this liberal world is trying to lay out for us, isn't there a lot of problems with like that decision?
Yeah, and it was I mean, this is what's so weird about all of this stuff. Again, it's the retconning, of all of this, right? Because they put re-releases out in around like 97, right? And those came out with the new, and this was a lot of this, and I think it was pointed out in the chat. And so maybe I'll even bring that up. Is that,
yeah, sorry, I'm not able to follow the chat and stay in touch with the interview, so I'm gonna watch chat later, so I apologize to the
no, it's all good. But somebody said, let's see, do I have it? Yeah, this. I think ILM, which is Industrial Light and Magic, was pushing the limits of their CGI work to maintain their effects market share dominance in an increasingly crowded field from competitors like Jam's Cameron's Digital Domain in the 90s. This makes some sense to me, right? Because like part of what happens is, there's way too much. I mean, this is the big problem. The prequels have a lot of issues, but the big problem is like that they become total CGI vehicles, and that's like the most important sort of thing with them. And it really, they look totally different. Somehow it's supposed to be further back in time, but it looks like we've gone, 20,000 years into the future. Like there's all of that kind of stuff. But these were kind of like, they re-released these films, and it's not very much stuff. Somebody else brought up the really bad scene. I'm pretty sure it's in the re-release of New Hope, where they have like they redo Jabba, and it was a scene where it was actually just a person walking around in like a bear suit or something like that, and then they just put like a CGI Jabba over the top, and it doesn't even like, there's places where his tail like splits, and it's just like very sloppily done, and just the technology wasn't there, which is something you talked about with us before, Samantha, of like how much this stuff was like foisted upon the industry to like do it and get it into films. So I think the re-releases were part of that, and then you get the prequels. But this is what makes it so messy too, is because it's like, how many versions? It would be really interesting. I'm sure that there's like websites that do this, of tracking all the changes over time, because in the initial re-release, it also would not have had Hayden Christensen in that role as Anakin, and so that was then added again.
They also did digital editing of his eyebrows. Like they took Vader's eyebrows off so that it like tied in with Hayden Christensen's hair being all burnt off or something. But in the original one, like, or before the prequels, Vader had eyebrows, which I also think, again, like these are all things, like if I was working on the film, like I'd be having conversations about this, just like the tie, like I think that the prosthetics and makeup choices in the original one were probably truer to the intention, in the sense that like there were elements that that the whole point of taking off his mask was to make him more human. So in doing these kind of edits to tie, like as a tie-in option, sort of is counter effective to what they wanted to do in the first place. And so that's where I just find like these inconsistencies in terms of like tying the universe together. It's sort of a question of like, are you doing this for the hero's journey storytelling, or are you doing this for the franchising like tie-ins? Both are problematic. So I'm not advocating necessarily either, but I just think like as like in a creative decision making capacity, like there's also just like things that are artistically counterintuitive if you are trying to honor the craft, that these kind of, yeah, like these edits are just very like weird. And yeah, and but I think to the comment that you shared before also, at that time VFX, like I don't think ILM was really worried about competitors. Like everyone was trying to get into ILM. The VFX market started oversaturating like way later, that it became a problem to get jobs and everything. Like it was going through a growth, like you know, like it was only when, what was that? It was after Life of Pi when oh, I'm blanking on the name now, that studio that did the Tiger, they won the award, they won the Academy Awards for special effects, but then that studio closed down. Rhythm and Hues was shut down because they didn't even get paid for the work, or like and that was sort of the beginning of the decline, because more and more VFX studios have now pretty much dominate most of the industry work, and there's lots of smaller studios that are just all over the world now competing to get bids on these projects. ILM has always kept their stuff in-house though, for the most part. I mean, that's changing with the expanded Star Wars universe and everything, but I think I think it was just more like a question of like just not having the tech, and then as the tech has been developing, the artistry has been like going like way down. So these, like, I think that's the other thing that's just very like we catch a lot of things, but then there's a lot of things that are not caught also. Like, yeah. I mean, even like I was looking at the you know, the when they put Luke in Mandalorian and they did the face input, like, you know, because ILM has been doing some of that facial, you know, which I suspect is more for facial tracking and everything, but like these kind of things of mapping other people's faces, and it wasn't even mapped very well. Like you can see, like every time the actor turns his head down, Luke's face just shifts down, so it kind of does this, it has like a weird like not syncing kind of thing. And yeah, so a lot of it is just like the tech doesn't like translate, isn't there, doesn't work that well.
So I know we got to wind down now. So as in terms of tech not working well, this game was amazing in the 1990s. So this was Shadows of Empire, and it was on the Nintendo 64.
Eyesore.
And this was actually, speaking of like Boba Fett lore, so Boba Fett that's him, you know, you can zoom in. He was the bad guy. This was his boss fight in Shadows of Empire. And so anyway, you know, you can kind of see but this was peak, like 98, something like that. Like these were the best graphics that you could possibly imagine.
It's amazing though, when 3D came out, like how forgiving we all were of it. Like, just, you know, when people are like, this is so visually beautiful, I'm like, compared to what? Like, we actually had art available to us that we could look at that was aesthetic, and like that was like the worst. Like, it's so ugly looking, but it's just, I just remember like everybody always being so excited about these graphics that were coming out in video games and stuff like that. Like, it was so beautiful, and I'm like, it's real, like looking back, it's just horrible.
Yeah. Polygon world. Yeah, no, it was awful. All right. Samantha, thank you so much for joining us for this today. May the fourth be with you, everybody. We'll have to. So He-Man, there's a Masters of the Universe reboot next month. We may have to bring Samantha on to watch the Dolph Lundgren.
Oh,
that means I have to sit through it. But
that's a
if we're
bad
doing
movie.
it together, like I might subject myself.
I tried to
it.
memory hole that movie. It's a rough one.
It does
Yeah.
though, right? Because they're contextualizing it in like they're appealing to the geek world again too, right? Like it's kind of like a guy that like it's like a geek that really is the chosen one.
Oh God, no! Oh no!
I don't know. What I gather from the trailers.
We'll have to. Yeah, we could talk.
Yeah.
We can talk offline.
Yeah.
We'll figure it out. Maybe we.
Yeah.
To be honest, the cartoons were way more of a deal in the 80s. The movie is actually a tremendous flop, but it would be fun to do in that context as well. Like it was a canon film, and it was just awful.
Sorry, I thought you were talking about because isn't it coming out or it is?
Yeah,
is it
the new one.
Like it's out now or something? But
yeah,
there's one coming out next month.
I would do He-Man though from the 80s and stuff.
Yeah, the cartoons. But yeah, all right, y'all. Thank you so much. Appreciated. Shout out to the chat.
Samantha.
Appreciate it. Make sure to like the video also, because a lot of people who love Star Wars have already come in and hit the dislike button as they see what we're talking shit.
Have they really? Is that a joke or is that true?
No, I checked during it. It was like a very high percentage of people are like, no,
my gosh,
boo, they hate Star Wars.
Not on the 4th. How dare you on the 4th do this? How dare you?
Oh man. All right. Thanks everybody.